Oh my gosh, hi Moo, how are you? How's things? It has been a while. I miss seeing you. I was thinking about you just the other day, actually. Excuse me. How are you? Welcome in. I'm doing very boring stuff today. And I am working towards 100% in this game. It's been some shit, but it's been getting... Yeah. Honestly, I'm not playing, like, the compare game. I'm not playing the compare game, but, like, this year has, like, been probably one of the worst years, of my life. Broke up and dog died. Oh, shit. Okay, your shit is shittier than my shit. I'm so sorry, Moo. I'm so sorry. Hopefully, things are starting to... I don't want to say better, but easier. Things are starting to be easier, hopefully, for you. Fuck this year, not gonna lie. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of shit went down. It's been a really sad year. I lost a lot of close friends this year. I guess I should specify. My depression caused me to lose a lot of friends this year. A lot of friendships. Broke my foot and it's been 7 weeks and it's still not better. Holy shit. How'd you break your foot? If you don't mind me asking. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to tell me, but how'd you break your foot? Alright, I don't know if there is even... Like, is there bubble frogs in this? There has to be. But where? Over there? Is that possible? Like, just my ankle walking and I wasn't bad, so I didn't realize and fell. Oh. Yeah, so it was, like, not a big deal and then became a big deal. All my weight fell on top of my twisted foot. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That hurts just literally thinking about that. Like, my ankles, like, move, like, funky, even slightly. It's always, like, excruciating pain. There he is. Tell me that's not satanic. Did you see that glowing red eyes? Had to drive home? Oh, shit. That's the worst. That's even worse. That's even worse. I'm sorry, Moo. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry you've had such a shitty year. I don't know why... Like, I don't know why this year has just been so crappy for some people. And some people are, like, fine. Some people are perfectly fine, living their best lives and whatever. And then... there's other people who are like, I literally can't get my life together. Imagine if it was a clutch. Oh my god, that's what I'm saying. Like, hoo-hoo-hoo. Okay, so there's another... Ooh, okay, there's another cave over here. So I have 4 shrines in the sky to get. Some people like having the best years of their life, getting married and shit, and I'm here like, should I eat shredded cheese for dinner or just sleep? Right. Yeah. Yeah. So... I don't think there's anybody else here, so I can say... Nate and I aren't friends anymore. And that was a really, really, really big hit for me. That was a really hard thing to go through emotionally. So that, like, was a big thing. And then, like, my depression has been, like, probably the worst I think it's ever been since I was, like, 15. So I, like, can't, like, regulate my emotions. I can't, like, everything makes me angry or sad for, like, no reason. I started therapy and I had to quit therapy because even after my insurance, it's simply just too much. My grandmother told us the other day that she doesn't want to live anymore because my grandfather isn't around, and so she's lonely and she's bored and she doesn't want to be alive anymore. So that was really, really hard. So, like, it's just this, yeah, it's been a lot. And now I have another group of friends who I'm not even sure I'm friends with anymore because we got into a big fight that hasn't been resolved. So it's just a lot of bullshit. A lot of like, and not bullshit because of course, like, these are all important things, but it's just been a lot of, like, stuff that I can't necessarily do anything about right this very second. And it's hard. Is there a cave on that? It's okay. A lot of it's my fault. Like, a lot of it is my fault. A lot of it is just not being able to regulate my emotions and getting upset about things that I have no control over, and that snowballing into bigger things, and, you know, it's just the way it is sometimes, unfortunately. So there's another cave below me? There's no way. That was another cave. My shit's flared up real bad, so I can't regulate my emotions, and I just have meltdowns and shit. But I feel like things are getting better slowly. That's good. See, that's good. Like, you feel like the fact that you already feel like things like are improving is good. That's good. I really missed you, Moo, honestly. Like, when you like left the Discord, like, I was kind of bummed, but I was like, you know, people like move on and people do their own things, whatever. And then you like stopped coming by streams, and then you stopped coming by Nate's streams, and I was just kind of like I notice when people like stop coming around, and like I try not to take it personally, but it kind of does. Like, you're like, dang, like, what did I do? Like, what did I do? But some people just disconnect just to disconnect for their own reasons. But I do think about you all the time. I see you on Steam playing like GTA and stuff, and I'm always like, oh, I wonder what she's doing. Like, I've been thinking about you. Don't think that like you left and then like you were just non-existent. Like, I thought about you. After I put my dog down, she had massive tumors on her lungs and heart. I got close to my dad, and he's basically gifted me his silly little dog, and it feels... oh, that makes my heart really happy. Like, not that you had to put your dog down, because obviously that's very, very heartbreaking, and I'm so, so sorry, and I'm gonna start getting a little teary-eyed because, like, Gigi is really starting to show her age, and that's a very, very real realization that I might have to deal with soon, and that's just scary, you know? There it is. It's scary to think about, and I'm so sorry. But I'm glad that you have... I'm glad you have someone now. I'm glad you have your goofy, silly little new friend. When I left, I kind of stopped watching Twitch and felt like I had to just leave people that were here to enjoy it. I've always stayed. That means a lot, honestly. Like they always tell you with streaming, like you can't make these attachments. You can't have these attachments to people and stuff. But like when you start becoming friends with people on Twitch and through streaming and social media and stuff like that, like, you know, you can't help but you know, form these attachments and stuff like that. So people are always like, don't do it, don't form these attachments, and it's like, why? Like, why not? Why don't you want people to be friends? But then I understand, because then when, like, you know, when people need to take some time time off for whatever reason, or, you know, some people just literally outgrow Twitch and don't watch streams anymore. Like, there's so many reasons why people leave. And it's like, you try not to take it personally, but you kind of can't help it. I guess is the long and short of what I'm trying to get at. Is like, I thought about you for a long time, and I've like missed you, and I tried not to take it personally, but you always can't help but be like, why? Like, why did they leave? Hey, Paul! You accidentally make friends with people that turn out not great, and you're more scared about who you can like and keep as a friend. Yeah, I understand. Trust me, I understand. I understand losing somebody this year that I thought was one of my closest friends in the entire world. Like, my ride or die. Like, I really thought, like, yeah, no. Hi, Paul. How are you? Welcome in. Paul, what's cracking? What you up to? Talking serious stuff now. Serious stuff. Give me. Okay. So this one's done. This one's done. All right. So okay, cool. Okay, cool. So all of the caves on this island are now done. So I have to go here. I have to go to this purple one. So let's build a little thingy and let's go. Taking personally, I always love your friendship. Don't judge you for feeling like this personal that I just pooped. I know, but it's just like, there's just so many people who have left lately that you just can't help but take it personal, you know? But I'm glad to see you again. Even if it's just for a minute and you're just swinging through to say hello. Like, I'm glad you're okay. And I have thought about you. And I'm very glad to see you. Alright, purple. We're going to purple. Okay, so I need... Very, very simple, chat. It's the simplest thing you could possibly build in this game. It is 2 fans and a steering wheel. Okay. Then you build. Build. If you build it, they will build. That was so funny that it like got stuck on itself for a second there or something. Okay. We're going to this purple, which is where? Oh my god. You're not stuck right now. There's no way you're stuck right now. Link. I can't go backwards, like, you're kidding. Link! Look at, there goes my machine. What a Dumbo. What a Dumbo. What an actual Dumbo. Alright, we have to start again. I like how when you build it, it literally just like boop, 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 boop. Like it like assembles and just drops on you. It's so funny. So, Moo, I know you haven't been around. I beat this game last week. I beat it on Friday. And I fucking sobbed like a baby. Like, it was like actually embarrassing how bad I cried. Because it was so good. It was so beautiful. It wasn't a sad cry. It was a happy cry. So now what we're doing is we are going, and we're going to get the 100%. So we are at 66% out of 100%. And it includes so it's 120 of these underground shrines, which are called light roots, which I've already done. It's 152 shrines, which I'm at I think I'm at 126 or 127, something along those lines. And then I have to discover the entire map, and I have to collect 1,000 Koroks. So we're at 66%. Waiting for a game to come by again and make me want to complete it with this kind of passion. The Zelda franchise is the only, like, game franchise that makes me, like, feel this way. Like, the very first game I ever played, ever, in my entire life, was Link's Awakening on the Game Boy. I didn't understand it at all. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I still to this day haven't even beaten it, which is a goal. I'm gonna try to beat that maybe this year. But that was my first video game ever. So like the Zelda series has been like a huge thing for me. Oh my god, is it below? Wow, this is really far down. So the Zelda franchise is like really important to me, like for that reason. So the first video game I ever played ever was Link's Awakening on the Game Boy. And the first video game that I ever beat from beginning to end, like beat, was Ocarina of Time. So like the Zelda franchise is like a whole bunch of my firsts. And I just love them. I love them so much. I've played all of them. And I like, it's a goal of mine to actually like complete all of them, because there are quite a few that I've played and I've never actually finished for whatever reason it may be. Like they're too hard, or, you know, I lost the game, or whatever it may be. Like there's a couple reasons why there are some of them that are unfinished, but like Link's Awakening I never finished because I got stuck in the 6th temple. There's 8 temples and I got stuck in the 6th temple and I never beat the 6th temple. All right, screw this. Honestly, this is gonna take 500 years. I had Sly Cooper as a kid. That was it for me, but I never played Mario, Pokemon, or Zelda games. Really? You've never played any of them? Wow, we gotta get you on a Nintendo game here. I wonder which would be a good one. Like, I feel like everybody says Ocarina of Time's a good one to start with, which I think it is. But I also feel like Breath of the Wild's probably like the best Zelda game to start on now, you know? And Adolescent, spent Skyrim, and the Batman Arkham games. Not even 100%. I've never had Nintendo stuff. I had a DS Nintendogs. That's so funny. So you don't have a Switch, I'm gonna guess? Alright, so this is what we gotta do. We gotta get you a Switch. Hi, Sully. Yes, you're first. You're first. How are you, Sully? Welcome in. Yeah, we gotta get you a Switch first. And then we gotta get you probably Breath of the Wild, and Mario Odyssey actually isn't terrible. Mario Odyssey is a fun one. Oh, Mario Odyssey. I started streaming like 3 years after I got my Switch. So I had already played through Odyssey. I had already played Breath of, like, I had already played through so many games. People are bad at checking those. They are. It's true. Well, first of all, Moo hasn't been around in well over probably like a year. So I don't think that they even knew that those channel points existed. Hi, bestie. 18 months. Giant geezer. 18 months.
Hi, bestie.
Hi, bestie. Thank you so much. Thank you. 18 months. That's a heckin' long time. How are you, bestie? Welcome in. Gigi, also, I don't know if you saw in the Discord, I'm doing a new thing for subbies, just to kind of like, as like a little thank you. So you, because you have been subscribed for long enough, you get a welcome message and a welcome sound when you come and chat for the first time. So There's a little channel in the Discord if you want to put your little sound and like what you want your little message to be. I don't have Switch or a Wii or anything. I just feel it's too softly. When my name was still Grim Reaper. Yes, you did have one of those. I remember the Grim Reaper name. Okay, so the question is, how am I gonna get it over there, though? Ooh, I'm not gonna make this. Nope, I went too low. You can, yeah, you can take all the time you want. There's no rush. There's no time limit. You take all the time you need. As long as it's in the next 5 minutes. No, I'm kidding. You can take all the time you need. Even if you just want, like, even if it's something simple that, like, it's like, hi, bestie, with, like, a little silly little sound. Like, it can be anything. It can be anything, you know? It doesn't have to be super serious. And obviously you will get, you'll get a shout out attached to it as well, because you are somebody I co-stream with. Yeah, so I've gone through, and I've had to remove some people from miscellaneous roles and shout outs and things of the sort. So it was just one of those things where I was like, I need to do more. Like, I need to do more for my subscribers. I have so many people who continue to support me and choose to spend their time here, and I just want to do something, you know? So I love how I just went into a stream, and it was my 22nd month being subbed, and they completely ignored me, and every time I chat, so I guess who's unsubbing? Sully. Sully. That makes me sad. That makes me really sad that there are people out there who, like, are just unappreciative. Like, you know that I say hello to you every day when you come in. Like, why do people have to be so poopy? I'm sorry, Sully. Going on for a while, a few months. Are they a big streamer? Like, are they a big streamer where, like, they're one of those people who are like, oh, thanks for the sub. People do be the worst. Really, like, that's people are choosing to spend their time with you, and you can't even say thank you. Like, say thanks for subs, even when they have. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can at least say thank you, even if you're shitty and you don't mean it, you can still say thank you. Not even time, but money. Right. Right. Like, my very first mod, I don't know if any of you even have been around to remember her, but my very first mod, Millennial Garbage, she's my IRL best friend back home in Connecticut. She has not been in my stream for over 2 years because Twitch just isn't her thing. Watching live streams just isn't her thing. But she knows how important it is to me. She has been subscribed since the day my subscribe button went live. But she has not watched me in 2 fucking years. Do you know that, like, every month or two, I always text her and I'm always like, thank you so much. Like, thank you for staying subscribed. Like, she hasn't watched me in, like, 2 years. You know? But she's like, this is important to you and you're important to me. So, you know, if this is how I can support you, this is how I can support you. And it's $5 a month. Like, it's not breaking her bank, you know? I have a couple like that. Yeah, it's really nice. She was here. Yeah. Yeah, she was here when I was. Yeah, that's right, Moo. Yeah. So she hasn't been around since I was here. So it was my 2-year stream anniversary? My 1-year stream anniversary? When the fuck? My 1-year stream anniversary. It has been that long. It has, yeah. Yeah, but anyways, but she hasn't been around in a very long time, is basically what I'm trying to say. But, like, I remember, yes, she built, yes, she built my PC with me. Mm-hmm. She's the one. But like, so it's like things like that where it's like she's not watching. She hasn't watched a stream. She hasn't watched a stream since I added a second mod and she didn't have to be here anymore. Because it's just not that she didn't like it, it's just watching video games just isn't her thing. She like her fun is like watching a documentary about like some fucking person in history while knitting. Like that's what she does for fun. Like she's like an old soul. So when I was like, hey, you know, I'm starting off on streaming and I need somebody that I trust to be my mod and to help me out, whatever, she did it because she's my friend and I needed somebody that I could trust to do it. You know, now I've got Steph, who's also, you know, one of my best friends in real life. You know, so now I have all these other people who have been able to be mod and other people that I've met over the past couple of years, etc., etc. So it's like I've got people now, but she didn't have to do that, and she doesn't have to stay subscribed to me for 2 years. But I still, like, I still text her and I still say, like, you know, thank you for the sub. I see, like, I saw the resub. I see it every month, you know, like. I was worried she'd be one of the people you talk. No. Like I said, she's getting married this year. So we are just at different points in our lives, but we are still friends. But no, it's entirely Twitch people that I'm talking about. That yeah, it's entirely Twitch people. But I also feel like people don't want to talk about it, and maybe this is taboo talking about it, but I feel like there's so many people who are burnt out on like streaming and streams and watching streams, and like nobody wants to talk about it. Like literally nobody wants to talk about it, but like everybody is so burnt out, and like there are streamers who have been like partnered for like, you know, 3, 4, 5 years, and they're like, I'm quitting streaming. Like I don't want to stream anymore, you know? It's crazy to me right now what's going on. It is. Like I want to hang out, but how the hell? I know. I need to get better at... I need to overcome my social anxiety, and I need to get better at, like, playing games with more people, because, like leaving my gaming circle, like, so exclusive is, like, making it to the point where it's, like, if nobody that I game with is, like, actively available at that moment, I'm like, I'm fucking bored. I have nothing to fucking do. And it's like, there are so many people who are willing to play games with me, but my social anxiety is like too afraid to play games with strangers, you know? And I also don't want to like ask people because I don't want to be annoying. Yeah, samesies, I know, it's the worst. And especially, like, there are so many people, like, I know, I guarantee you, if I, like, message Gigi and I'm like, hey, do you want to play some Fortnite or something? Like, you know, depending on what everyone's schedule is, like, I'm sure she'd say yes. But it's just like, but I also don't, like, want to be that guy. I don't want to be that annoying person. Can you just, like, fly? Why are you not going? I'm afraid to go too far because I don't want it to fall. And the friend group we made from GTA, like if he wasn't around other people, I'd just be sitting there waiting. Yeah, exactly. Like, why am I wasting my life? Yeah. Here's the problem. I'm the same way though, which means we'll never play games together. I know! And that's all my friends. All of my friends are just this giant mess of social anxiety. And so nobody wants to be the one to, like, do it. Nobody wants to be the one to initiate. I just lift it up with grabbing ability and hold it in the air and then stand on it and recall it. Biggie, why are you so smart? The shit people do with recall, I'm always like, oh, so I'm just the dumb one. Hi, Biggie, welcome in, by the way. This is fine. I'll just do this. I'll just do this. But yeah, it's for me, it's like I have the social anxiety of like playing games with strangers like freaks me out. And not even strangers, but like playing games with people that I don't normally play games with like for the first time like makes me really nervous. Like makes me really nervous, you know? Like what if I don't know, like what if we don't get along, or what if like I don't know. I get so scared. It's social anxiety. The initiating of it without being like publicized is a lot easier. I like getting tipsy and playing Cards Against Humanity or something, like getting out of the zone. Yeah. Oh, a Klefki in chat. I really need to get better at it because, like I said, I've been really isolating myself to like certain groups of people, and then like when those groups of people aren't around, or if something happens and you know whatever, like it's just like, oh well, now I have nobody because my whole group is unavailable. And it's like, no, I need to expand, and I need to get out of my comfort zone, which is my hardest thing. That's my hardest thing, is just getting out of my comfort zone. My thing is always like, what if I say something dumb, or what if I'm just weird and they're like, man, I can't hang out with her anymore. Hey Raven, welcome in. Yeah, and I was like, I'm a fucking weirdo and I don't play games like to be good. I play games to have fun. And so a lot of times when I play a game with somebody for the first time, and I'm just like, I'm here to have a good time, and if you are not on like the same wavelength, we're not gonna have a good time. So like games like shooters or like competitive games, people are always like, we have to do good, and I'm like, I'm literally just here to have a good time. I'm a part of a big Destiny looking for group Discord, but since I found my clan, I just refuse to play with other people because I'm comfortable. Yeah, and that's my problem. That's my problem, is I've gotten comfortable with like my little group of people that it's like now like my group is dwindling because of life things or whatever, and now I'm like, well, now I've isolated myself to these like 6 people that now I don't have anybody because these 6 people aren't available all the time, or whatever thing it may be, you know? I really need to push myself out of my comfort zone. I think that that's what my problem is, honestly. I don't think the problem is like, I don't have anybody. Like, the problem is I'm isolating myself. I'm doing it to myself, and I know that, and that's the worst part. Also being a depressed person that stays home a lot, like talking to people is weird, and a lot of people are so competitive, and right, I'm like, I'm good. I have to get 1,000% of my comfort zone for my new job. Sully, did you get the new job? Sully, you didn't tell me. Did you get it? Congratulations. I'm just here for the vibes. Exactly. Like, if we win, we win. If we don't win, like, I don't want to be yelled at and screamed at and, like, told that I'm not good. Like, I just want to... Like, I just want to play the game, and I just want to have a good time with my friends, you know? If I can't get people together in my clan, I guess I won't play to the... I know, but I don't want to be like that. Like, I don't want to be sitting at my computer and being like, oh, I don't have anyone to play with. Because that's not that's not true. I have people to play with. I've just isolated myself to this group that I'm comfortable with. Yeah, sorry, I forgot. Congratulations, Sully. I'm so happy for you. I have no group because of League of Legends, not to trauma dump. No, it's not trauma dumping. We're all chatting about it. I mean, like Raven, like you're here now, and you're absolutely welcome to, you know, to post in the Discord, to you know, create friendships with people. I don't currently play any games that you're playing other than Diablo, and I'm kind of solo grinding Diablo just for right now to get my character up to 50. But like, there are lots and lots and lots of people in the community that are always looking for people to play with, and my dream for this community one day is to like come home from work and like there's like a group of people in the Discord on their own who have like started like a movie night, or have like, you know, started like a group of games. Like, I want people to like use the Discord and the community like a meeting place. Like, that's my dream, is for like it to be something like that one day, you know, like have people making these connections, have people playing games with each other and forming these friendships and stuff. Like, that's my cheesy cheesy ass goal for this community. I'm like competitive and I like winning, but having fun is more exactly like when we play Overwatch, like we get a little sweaty, but like we have never like yelled at each other for like losing, or we have never like there's never been like a GG you missed or you like it's never been like that. Like it's always been like you know like it's always been fun. It's always been silly. You know, like I will never ever I don't know if anybody else was here for it or not, but I will never forget the game of Fortnite that we played with Nick, and we just only did melee weapons and we killed like 8 people as like a squad, and it was so funny. Like it was so funny to just not take it seriously, you know? Sweaty in a fun way, exactly. I don't play anything anymore because I just got burnt out from depression and anxiety and ADHD. Sully, I completely understand that. Luckily, I choose to one of the reasons why I'll never niche down and why I will always be a variety streamer is because I will only ever play games that keep my attention. If a game no longer keeps my attention or bores me or I don't look forward to playing it, I will just drop it and I won't play it. Like I literally just won't play it. Like I will stop streaming it, I will stop playing it, and I will never look back, and it will never bother me ever again, because gaming should excite you and it should make you happy and excited, you know? It's also the unfortunate fact, there's a lot of shitters in gaming. I very rarely once in a blue moon use in-game chat because frankly, yeah, there's also a lot of really shitty people in gaming. That's true, Biggie. Like the shit that I've heard, like the shit people have said to me in games like Overwatch and like Fortnite, it's so stupid. Like it's just a game, and unless there's money on it, meaning like you're betting on it, like there's absolutely zero reason in free play, not ranked play, in free play, there's zero reason to be getting mad about anything whatsoever. Like there's no reason to be getting mad about anything literally whatsoever. It's just a fucking video game. Like, do I rage out sometimes and get frustrated? Yeah. But it's usually, like, at myself for, like, not being able to get a game mechanic or not being able to do something. Like, I'm usually raging at my own skill, not raging at somebody else, like, somebody else's performance in a game. Unless they're, like, trolling or they're, like, specifically, like, trying to, like, you know, annoy. I also bust out of my game comfort just to try to make new friends. I bought Dead by Daylight. I've never played DBD, and I don't think I ever could play DBD. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I really just don't see that being something that I would find. I don't think that that would even be fun, honestly. I've been playing this one game with a friend called BattleBit, because it's like Battlefield. It's been fun, but it's like, you should turn on VC. Most people are really fun and not toxic, so I turn it on and keep myself muted, and it's just slur, 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 slur. Pfft. Nope. Nope. It's so stupid. Like, it's different, and it's different. Like, I was around, people like to forget, I was around for Xbox Game Chat, back for fucking Halo 3, Halo 2. Like, I've been around. I've heard the shit. But it doesn't mean that, like, that should be the norm. And I hate that. I hate when people are like, she wouldn't last a day in 2006 lobbies. And it's like, no, I would. But it wasn't cool then. It's not cool now. It's still stupid. No matter how you cut it, it's still stupid. This shouldn't be the norm. I only got Diablo because my wife was interested. Oh, do you play Diablo with your wife? Oh, you should play. It's just an example. No, I know. But DBD is like a huge community, so that absolutely would be a perfect place to like try to reach out and like form friendships. Like DBD like would be the perfect community to do that if you're looking for friends, but I just can't. I played Siege once because it looked fun when people like played. Got yelled at and told to kill myself by 12-year-olds for 10 minutes. Like, why? It's so stupid. I couldn't do something where I'm forced to play with randos. I don't mind it sometimes. Like, MMOs, like, for the most part, MMOs are fine because unless it's like, see, but like Sea of Thieves pisses me off because it's completely PvP, so anybody can fight you at any time, anywhere. But games like like ESO, or even like Fallout 76, where like there's like PvP areas, like you have to opt in to being PvP'd. So like MMOs like that, where, or like New World, where like there's actually like a PvP mode that you have to opt into, like I'll choose those any day. But games where it's like, oh, you have to load into a squad, and if you didn't bring your 3 friends to load into this squad, you're gonna get a rando. Like, I'm like, no fucking thank you. No fucking thank you. Destiny, best MMO. Yeah, but Destiny's gonna force me to have a rando. I don't have to voice chat with them, but Destiny's gonna force me to spawn in with a rando. I want the option to, not for everything. I will clarify, not for everything. Not for everything. But like if I want to do like the weekly missions, or if I wanted, like, there's certain things where it's gonna force me to play with somebody else, and it's like, I just want to do my thing by myself, die 1,000 times by myself, and move on with my life. Where am I going? Green. Green. Oh, am I going to the ball? I am. Okay, we're going to the ball. We're going to the ball, chat. Call of Duty voice chat is 100% talking just for the sake of talking. It's all toxic. I lied earlier. My entire prospect of finding friends is wow. Most of the good people I know are randoms. Really? I've heard a lot of, like, I've heard people who have met, like, my she doesn't work with me anymore, but my old boss met her husband on WoW. Like, moved across the country to, like, live with him and stuff and everything. Like, I've heard people finding their soulmates on WoW. Although the random in Overwatch is how we made— oh my god. Jake? Big Jake? That's true. That rando in Overwatch was so good. But we also— no, we didn't lose. We won because we had to impress our random friend. DVD has a learning curve, and I tried really hard to get into it, and I just could not understand. There's so many aspects that made no sense. And, like, see, the thing about, like— and I agree with you, Biggie, that, like, I don't understand. I watch a lot of DVD streamers. Like, a lot of streamers that I watch also happen to be heavy into DVD. I do not understand it. I don't understand I understand the general concept, but, like, I don't understand the perks. Like, I don't, like, what's more important, escaping or doing your tasks? Like, I just don't understand it. And then there's so many other things where it's like people are running all these perks, and then people are doing their blood webs, and they're like doing their blood webs so quickly, and it's like, how are you even looking at what it is that you're like redeeming? Like, you're just clicking on stuff. I don't know. I guess it makes more sense, but again, it's one of those games where, like, I kind of feel like Destiny is at this point where the game has been going on for so long that it's so not new player friendly, if that makes sense. Like, Destiny, I just feel like is not new player friendly. Like, there's so many things that are gone, that are actually removed from the game because the game doesn't support, like, you know, like the whole first 2 or 3 DLCs are gone. Like, they're completely gone. Like, you can't play them anymore. They're gone. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like it's not meant for new people. Sea of Thieves, not new player friendly. Alright, where's the light coming from? There. Do I spin the whole thing around? What? Do I spin the whole thing around? The perks and blood webs are what— yeah, that's— and people just like do their blood webs and they're like ping 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 ping, and I'm like, I don't know what you're even doing right now. Big Jake, yes, that's what his name was. Guilds are great in an MMO. Destiny is just— well, they have clans, or clans? Yeah, clans. DVD, I played a couple games and I was like, where are the guns? Destiny is not new player friendly. You have horrible chance of playing with people who gatekeep the fun because you need to do yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, one of the people that I played with, like, most of the time, like, was the same way. Like, he would literally take me through a dungeon and he'd be like, stand here and don't die while I go do everything. And I'm like, but I want to do like, I want to do the things. But he would be like, stand here and don't die. Like, oh, okay. Okay. For no one at this point, I mean, that is the truest statement I think anyone has ever said. Like, literally, Destiny doesn't want anyone playing their game. But Nathan Fillion? Yeah, but he's gone. Cade's gone. Because for some reason, I like Destiny. Like, I talk a lot of shit about Destiny. I like Destiny. I really, genuinely, honestly like Destiny. I can't Destiny. Like I've said before that I'm stuck, like, I've hit a wall with my gear, which I know, like, I know there's ways around it, and, like, I know I can do it. It's just, I feel like if it feels like homework to just be able to do anything, I don't want to do it, if that makes sense, you know? Like, I'm like, if it feels homeworky, which Destiny feels homeworky right now, I don't want to. I'll get back into it. I'll get back into it. I like watch people, by the way, just play games. Like, I'm here for the chatting. Now, I know! That's, I'm like, chat with me! Like, if you don't even have to chat about the game. Like, if you just want to chat about shit, like, we can chat about whatever. Like, just chat with me. Dog fact. In addition to formal forms of dog training, operant, condition, reinforcement, classical education, dogs are able to learn merely from observation. That is true, because my dogs have definitely learned, like, daily habits just from, like, observing, like, what I do in the day. Not anymore. He's coming back for the DLC. Yeah, I heard that. I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be a debate. Like, I really feel like it's gonna be a debate, and it's gonna be like, lol, it's a memory. Or, it's not him, it's an evil version of him. Wahaha. Like, it's gonna be a debate. Let's be real. No! Oh, no, no! Okay. Rib Zavala, great actor. I know. And the worst, like, I don't want to spoil anything for Destiny players who haven't played it recently, but, like, they're killing off characters and shit, and it's like, you guys better be careful, because you're killing off all these characters, which, like, whatever, do what you need to do, but, like, people are dying IRL. Like, you can't kill off all these characters. People are dying in real life, and you're not gonna have any characters left. Okay, so now my other question is, can I turn this here? I can. Ba-da-da-da-da! I don't think I've done anything. You know, no, I have. I was like, we're supposed to be getting shrines, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're getting shrines. I literally just unlocked a shrine. I'm just dumb. Speaking of homework, oh no. What homework? What homework? Oh, a sage as well. Okay. Do you have raid homework to do? Oh, do you have WoW? WoW raiding? For WoW, yeah. Hold on, let me read Biggie's once I get up. Here, gosh, I need wind. There we go. Okay. I'm very bad. Sorry for the novel. No, you're good. I just wanted to get to a point where I could actually read. I'm very bad at being a brand new player opinion of stuff because I go into games, watching videos, reading articles, and picking stuff up immediately. Like when I told my friends, hey, you should get into Destiny, there's an easy guide, and they're like, I don't want to watch a guide, I just want to play. And I'm like, well, I don't know, man. Eat shit and be confused. I don't know. Like, I like the feeling of going into a game knowing nothing and like learning as I go. But I don't like feeling helpless, if that makes sense. And Destiny, I feel helpless. Like I don't need my hand held, but I also feel like a lot of times I'm like, well, what do I do with this? Like what does this do for me? And people are like, well, it does this, and I'm like, that does nothing for me. Like, what does this do for me? Like, this does nothing for the way I play games. Like okay, here's a good example. Like, my friend Chris gives me Destiny videos all the time because I'm a hunter main. And so he'll send me stuff and it'll be like, best best melee build or best this build, and I'm like, I don't play like that. Like, I could do this build and that's great, but like, I don't play melee heavy. I play ranged heavy. You know, like I play like I was trying so hard to go for a grenade build that I liked, but like there's nothing that like makes grenades regen fast enough. Like it just like there was just nothing that did like what I wanted it to do. And like there was just like, well, that's because the hunter doesn't do that. And I'm like, but that's how I want to play. So I don't care what the hunter does. You know what I hate? I got an ex-best friend into Guild Wars 2, and I enjoyed on my own little backstory that's special to me, and he totally overwhelmed me with my own game. But the meta, yeah! That's why, like, Destiny is one of those games where it's like, I don't care, like, what the meta is. Like, I just, like, what feels fun to play. Like, what feels fun to play. That's what I want to play. I have a young Ahamkara Spires. Yeah, but see, it's Solar. I don't play Solar, I play Arc. See, that's the other thing, is I'm so picky with, like, how I like to play and, like, what I liked. Like, it's... I could, if I swapped over to Solar, I could have the exact build I want, but Solar. But I really like Arc. I like the Arc, the Arc Staff alt, or super, excuse me. I really like that. And I really like the AoE lightning grenades. And I'm like, see, that's all melee. Exactly. Like, I'm like, I just want Arc grenade. And they're like, no, it doesn't work like that. I'm like, I know, but that's what I want. And that's how I want to play. I know, I'm just stubborn. I'm just stubborn. I know. I'm just stubborn. I'll get back. I will get back into Destiny. I'll get back into Destiny. Especially if there's a new DLC coming out. Because I really liked, like, I liked Lightfall. It just... I felt like the replayability of Lightfall was very low. Like, the entire campaign of Lightfall was a tutorial of how to use Strand. Like, I don't want to replay the tutorial of how to use Strand. I know! But I don't want to do the thing where I use Strand for 35 seconds and then I get fucking tired. Like, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to go through that all again. So, like, the replayability of the Lightfall campaign is just very low. Hi, Marbs, how are you? Welcome in. And that's just me complaining. That's my complaint. It was awful, right? Like, it just felt very, I don't know. And then, like, and it would get unnecessarily hard for no reason. Like, I think you were here, Biggie. I think you were here for the one that I got so frustrated on in the Legendary campaign. The room with, like, the wall that, like, spins around and you had to, like, kill the waves, like, in the spinning wall that would insta-kill you. I was so, like, I was like, this is the dumbest game I've ever played in my entire life. I hate this thing so much. Like, it was so stupid. But it was fine. Like, I was just frustrated. But it was like, what is the point of this game? Well, I'm back. Little dog climbed on me and needed to do. Oh, you need to help. Glad you don't play Destiny. Yeah, Destiny is one of those games that I love it and I absolutely hate it. Destiny is my favorite game and I can't recommend it to anyone. That's what I'm saying. They're like, you play Destiny, and I'm like, unfucking fortunately. Unfortunately, I play Destiny. Unfortunately for everybody. So on a slightly different note, yes. We can talk about multiple things at once. Just because Biggie and I are talking about Destiny, other people can talk about other things. I play Overwatch and Overwatch before that. Yeah, but those are like the same thing. Like Overwatch is one of those games where it's like I would never recommend Overwatch to anybody, but like I'd play Overwatch. I play the crap out of Overwatch. I've seen folks play it and it is not for me. Yeah. Destiny, you mean? Yeah, Destiny is a whole different kind of shooter. Like it's what I like, and this I'm gonna probably get chewed up for this because it's not the correct terminology, but I like to call it like an instant shooter, where it's like you literally like load into missions and you just like do your mission and then like that's it, and then you go back to the overworld and then you can do your next mission. Like it's all instance. Like it's not like there's not like a flowing, like it's not like a flowing campaign where it's like you go from one level to another level to another level and it flows. It's like it's just instances of shooting, you know. I have not played Phoenix Rising, but I have been recommended it, and it was being the keyword on my Game Pass list, but Game Pass removes stuff before I have a chance to play it all the time, so I don't know. Spawn, get killed, spawn in again, get killed, yeah. Apex be like that. Apex be like that. Marbs, I know I've asked you before, but I don't remember. Who do you main in Overwatch? I think you said you're a tank main, right? Are you a tank? Oh no, Lucio, that's right, that's right. That's right. You're a healer, you're a Lucio. That's right, you did say that before. Yep. I remember now. All right, we need to go here, so we're gonna change this one to purple. And we're gonna go over there. That's right. Have you played Lifeweaver at all? I played him because I am a Kiriko main. I am not a fan of Lifeweaver personally. Not a fan personally. I can see his appeal, but not for me. I don't care for it, yeah. Yeah, I didn't like him. I thought he was a little slow. Hi! Hi, Rain. This time you're saying hi. Thank you for saying hi. You may be excused for your lurk. I'm just kidding. Stream's going good. Stream's going good. I beat this game last week. I have nothing left to live for in life. You know, I have nothing left. But we're just grinding towards 100%, chilling and chatting tonight. I don't like the amount of space he takes up with his ult. Yeah, I just felt he was slow. I felt his healing was slow. Like, Overwatch is just too fast-paced, and his healing was just way too slow. Like, he did not put out enough healing. Because I know next to nothing, but I am intrigued. Well, like I said, this is not trying to, like, watch me, but, like, this is actually perfect because I'm not doing anything related to the story whatsoever. So you're not gonna, like, if you ever wanted to play them, you're not gonna be spoiled with anything because I'm done with the story. I'm just grinding out this nonsense. We are at 66.33% out of 100%. So we're grinding. Feel that way about other games? Yeah. I can't show you my foot tattoo because no feet feel free. But I have Navi tattooed behind my ear. Like I love Zelda games. They are my bread and butter. So I really took my time with this, and I still, like, finished it so quick. Like, I still am already done. I'm like, no, please. All right, how am I gonna get up? Okay, hold on a second. We have to use our big brains here. Because we have to go up. Like, it's way up. Alright, what do we have that could go straight up? And how come this isn't working? Why isn't this working? Why isn't the catapult working? Alright, hold on. Brain, we have to figure out how to catapult. I've been exploring the Switch, and compared to Xbox, it's very different. And not only, like, control-wise different, but just, like, the types of games are different. Like, it's a whole different ballgame. My biggest pet peeve is when people brag about how quick their first playthrough. Like, I'm not sure exactly. Like, my first playthroughs are always so long because I explore and I like go through everything, and I am a big collector, so I have to collect everything. So yeah, I'm not about that. Like when I heard that Small Ant already got 100%, and it was what, 5 days after the game came out, I was like, there's no way. There's no way. Okay, so this is gonna turn on the catapult, right? Right? Okay. So this goes up. Okay, so the catapult goes up. That's not gonna go far enough, though, is it? It's just gonna go there. Sky mine. Wait, what? Wait, what? Since when? What's over here? Okay. Okay, 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 hold on, hold on. Oh, my nose itches. Oh, my nose itches. Don't kill me, please. Okay. Alright. So this goes up again? To there? I'm just gonna guess. I really don't know. Woo! I wasn't ready for it! I guess we're ready for it now. Alright, and then this one... Right, okay. So I can get up. That's fine. But how am I gonna get the crystal down? I'm still doing that shit in Hollow Knight. There's so much to do. Okay, Lurky, no problem, Rain. Thank you so much for coming and saying hi. It was so good to see you. Enjoy your Lurkies. No, I think I have to go on the other side of this platform, because I'm gonna hit this platform if I go there. Right there? Yes, right there. Okay. Enjoy! Alright, don't hit the platform, please. I'm gonna hit the platform, watch. Right into it. Yep, I knew it. Wasn't far enough. Okay. Alright, 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 alright. What are these blocks for? Like, I'm so curious. Am I supposed to be building? Am I supposed to be doing something with these blocks? Okay, so there's the crystal. Wait, if I drop the crystal, is it gonna go straight down? It's nap time. I want a nap. I already took a nap today. I'm just lazy. I'm just lazy. Ooh. Why'd that one break in one hit? That was weird. Okay. I am concerned that if I just drop this down, it's going to go too far. But I also think it might not go too far. It might actually go fine. It did. Look at that. Look at that. Please be a blessing. Please be a blessing. Please be a blessing so I don't have to go through a shrine right now. 2 nap day. Have a nice evening if I don't talk to you. You too, Raven. You too. You too. Good chats? Yes, you too. Good night, Raven. Enjoy your nappy. Oh, I got itches. Okay. Oh, it's a blessing. Good, I don't have to... I don't have to go through it all. Brasif! Hi, Sadie. Hi, Brosif. Hi, Gasp. Pink Soul, Gasp. Brosif. How are you, Brosif? Sadie! Oh my gosh. Sadie, thank you so much.
Your laddie Sadie just
Your laddie
resubscribed
Sadie.
for 3 months. Smilky Blinky, Smilky Blinky, Smilky Blinky.
Smilky Blanky. Sadie, thank you so much. You can continue to use the Pisha emotes. Thank you, Sadie. That was very, very nice of you. Thank you so much. What's up, Raiders? How we doing? How we doing? Got tired of puzzling out Gerudo Land, so I said goodnight. So you didn't finish? That's okay. That's okay. That's okie dokes. How was your stream other than that? Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for being here. I know that most of you know who I am, but on the off chance that you don't know who I am, hello, hi, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here, guys. My name is Krista, or Pink Soul. Most people just call me Pink. Hold on. I'm a variety streamer. I play lots of different things, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we are all about. Is there still an intro? Oh, there is still an intro, Moo. I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? They can't know we're like this until they're here. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. This is what heroes look like. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Why did you hold it like that? Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I can see it.
Look at that donk. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? What have I done? Are you pooping? I can't stream in these conditions. I have poopies for you. That won't and can't go wrong. Don't give me that baby. Oh my gosh, my monitor. He's still rolling.
Eat.
No. I was already out. That was for the smell. I'm trying to make the poop.
Yes, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. I keep finding these boners. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Oh my hot dogs! What is happening?
There's a defrib.
Oh, what is this?
Defrib.
Home. We home. Name every year in the 80s. I couldn't make this up if I tried. I don't want to fight in the poo. Where would Clucky's butthole be? You know, like these are the important questions. How do I know so much of Umbop? You did not just Umbop me.
I would play Jenga.
Yeah, I could play Shenga. Shenga. Go, bees! I just want to be beautiful like her. Is it working? I'm a cat, I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. What did? Oh, I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
You're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
Broseph, thank you for the defrib. I mean, for the raid. Ew. First you're like, ew. Then you're like, ew. Alright, so the sky is done. I think we have all 32 sky. 1, 2, no, we don't. We have this one. This is the last one. So we've got 31 in the sky. So we have to do the fucking labyrinth, bro. I don't want to do the labyrinth. Alright, let's go do the labyrinth. I don't want to do the labyrinth, but I guess we're gonna go do the labyrinth. I don't want to. But I have to. We gotta get that hundy. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm not rushing. Like, I'm not rushing through. But, like, I'm really excited to get into the next game. I'm excited. How do I have no markers? Wait, how do I have no markers? What? There's only one marker being used. Wait, what? Can't put a pin here. Why? Why couldn't I put a pin there? What is next game? We're getting naughty, guys. We're getting subby naughty. We're gonna replay Subnautica since I didn't get to finish it before it was taken off of Game Pass. So we're gonna get some subby naughty because I bought it on Steam. Because if you weren't here, last year I played Subnautica, and I fell in love with Subnautica. I was super obsessed. And then Game Pass removed it. And I never got to finish it. And I was devastated that Game Pass removed Subnautica before I got to finish it. So I finally went and I bought it on Steam. So we're gonna restart Subnautica and finally finish Subnautica. And then maybe, hopefully, possibly, maybe play Subnautica 2 because I also bought the second one. So I'm excited. Subby Naughty. Yeah. Also, Subby Naughty killed me and I'll be using from the... Yes, that's what we call it here. We call it Subby Naughty. So I'm hoping that I can get maybe another week out of Zelda before we get our 100%, because I would like... So for those who don't know, hi, hello, for those who don't know, my 3-year affiliate anniversary, it will be at the end of July. I will be doing... I don't do subathons, because I don't want people to feel the need to give me money for, like, me to stream. Like, if you want to donate, like, whatever, like, we're gonna have goals and fun stuff to do, whatever. But I don't like to call them, like, subathons. So I'm gonna be doing a streamathon. Obviously, we're gonna do community games, and we're gonna do all that stuff. But I thought it would be kind of funny to actually call it, like, a subby-thon, and, like, play Subnautica for, like, 24 hours straight. I think this is the entrance. It's gonna be so fucking fun. That's a great idea. Yeah, so I thought that would be fun. So, like, obviously, so we're gonna do the normal stuff. We'll do lots of community games. Like, we'll do Mario Kart, we'll do Words on Stream, we will do, I want to do Chef Squad again. I think Chef Squad could be fun again. So we'll do community games. We'll do lots of different stuff. But it'll be 4 days straight, essentially. Like, I'll sleep. I won't sleep on stream because there's no place for me to sleep in here. There's no place for me to sleep in here, so I won't sleep on stream. But, like, I'll leave stream up with, like, one of the mods while I sleep and stuff, so. But yeah, so it'll be the end of July. It'll be the 20... Hold on, let me look. It'll be the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. So it'll be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So mark it on your calendars, folks. So yeah, so I'm hoping to stretch Zelda out. And I'm just mostly, like, I just hope I don't get burnt out. Because I'm hoping to stretch Zelda out for another week or so. So we have a good chunk of time on Subnautica. Should I be using those? Should I be using the fans? There's one. There's one. way? This way? This way? Marbs, is that your emote? It's so cute. Oh my gosh, you have a little Mountain Dew. It's so cute. I feel like... Why do I feel like I'm going in circles? An Eldegoss in chat, guys. I don't own any great balls. Wonderful. I am not sure that I'm... Oh, I am going the right way. So here's one here. Alright, so is there gonna be... here? Yep, there's one there. Okay. What's in here? Nothing. There's nothing in here. Okay. So there's one. Why is everything sparkling? There's one. There's one. Okay. Oh, here's a camp. Okay. Camps are good. Camps are a good sign. Day 4. Okay. Do I go down? Technically, yes. But it's blocked, so... Oh, no it's not. Must work for hair washing? No problem. Sadie, enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your lurky. Okay, so... we do this, and then we go up, right? Okay. Ba ba da da da. Okay. So let me go up. So does this count for 3? No, it's gonna count for 2 because there's no shrines. There's no shrines in the depths, so it's gonna count for 2. Okay, and then let's go get this. I don't understand what's going on, but I did it. I'm still here. So in this game, there are these things called shrines. Some of them have puzzles inside of them that you have to solve. Some of them don't. But what I'm doing right now is I am solving 3 labyrinths, mazes, essentially. So I'm solving 3 mazes, and I'm completing the shrines in all 3 of these mazes because I'm trying to get 100% completion. Yeah, kinda, yeah. Yeah, kinda. So basically, I'm going for 100% completion. So I have to find and solve all 152 of these shrines. So, all I know is Skyrim. Okay, so in Skyrim terms, you Fusroda your way through, and then you... I can't remember any other fucking shouts, damn it. There's the one where you, like, go, and it, like, goes like a... Like, there's the weather one, right? You can't change the weather. There's no Song of Storms in here. The Fusroda is that one, right? Right? And then there's... What other shouts? What other shouts did I unlock in the 20 hours I played of Skyrim? I did the one where you're invincible for a second. That one's fun. I don't have that in this game either. That would be really cool. 20 hours. Something like that. Yeah, too many people were backseating the shit out of me and I got annoyed, so I stopped playing it. Like, I tried so hard to play Skyrim on stream, and it was just like, everybody just backseated me. It was like, it was one of the most annoying experiences I've ever had on stream. Not to backseat, but you should pick it up again. See, my problem, and I'm being completely genuinely honest right now, I think, ooh, let's get that one first of all. I think my problem is I'm too much of a Fallout fan that Skyrim just feels like a knockoff Fallout to me, which I know, like, I know that all the Elder Scrolls fans are gonna, like, be like, heresy, burn the witch, but I played Fallout first. I played Fallout before I played Elder Scrolls games, and all it does is makes me want to play Fallout. Like, it just makes me want to play Fallout. I'm sorry. Like, it's Fallout, but with magic. Like, I'm sorry. Heresy, burn the witch, I know. I know. I know. Do you want to hear some more heresy? Do you want to cancel me even harder? I don't like Fallout New Vegas either. No, I get you because I'm the opposite. I played Skyrim before Fallout, and I can't play Fallout because it makes me just want to play Skyrim. Right, see? So I'm the opposite. Like, I'm like, I would just rather play Fallout right now. Like, I would just rather play Fallout. But I want to try. I genuinely, honestly want to try. Like, I want to get through my backlog this year, and I have played Zelda. Like... That's not true. I played a lot of games this year, but you know what I'm saying. Valley, like, it's fair to be either or. Yeah, like... And I want to, like I said, I want to like it because so many people are like, oh my god, Skyrim. I'm like, I would just rather Fallout. Okay. Talking to people, it's just different. Yeah, exactly. Like, same concept, same setup and everything. Like, it literally feels the same. It's just one is magic and one is guns and radio, you know, radioactive. Okay, so... one more? So, what, oh, okay, hold on. That was weird. So if I go like this... Closer, but still not enough. Or what if I use this one now? Okay, so this gets me up. Now, what does this do? Oh, it launches. Do I just launch myself? Wow, Link, do you want to try again? So, okay, so my plans is there's a lot of stuff that I would like to finish. Like, I have a lot of unfinished stuff, right? So, I want to finish, BioShock. Again, heresy, and I'm gonna burn the witch. I liked BioShock 1 better than BioShock 2. So when it came time to start BioShock 2, or like when I started BioShock 2, I was just like, this is so mid. It's like, okay. I just really liked 1 better. But, so I have to finish BioShock 2. I have to finish the PC port of Last of Us, but it was so laggy and so shitty, but I think they've patched it. So I can try that again. I just have a lot of stuff I have to finish, but we're doing Subnautica next, and I'm excited. I'm excited. I also got very distracted. I was trying to get up into the sky, and now I'm in a temple. A shrine, I mean. This annoys me, though. Why did you feel the need to get rid of the vehicle I built and I was using? Like, why? Why did you feel the need for that? Alright, we have to go there. Alright, so let's get our pieces out again, because this game likes to destroy everything I love. Okay. That. Build this. Okay, perfect. Okay, control, let's go. But yeah, if I play Skyrim again, no fucking backseating. Of course I went stealth archer. Everybody goes stealth archer. Stop judging me. People would come in and they'd be like, oh, stealth archer, surprise, surprise. And I'm like, first of all, I would have gone archer because I pick a bow in every game I play. But stealth is, like, why not? Shut up. Why are you judging me? They're like, I do fists only, or I do magic. And I'm like, congratulations. Why are you going sideways? Explain it to me. Look it. I'm literally pointing to the side, and he's still going sideways. I do not want to hear it. I do not care about your Skyrim. Broseph, have you ever played Skyrim? Pink Cam. Pinkies. Gosh, this is so... Hi, Char. I'm okay. How about yourself, my friend? Broseph, can I have a shout out for Char? Char is my new friend that I met through our mutual friend Envoy, but also they are on my stream team, the Hellraisers, and they're super fun and they're super cool, and you should definitely check them out. And now they have an ad, so they didn't hear any of the nice things I said about them. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Gotta go take the dog, go to... Yes, Moo, please get some sleeps. And honestly, I'm so glad to see you again. It makes my heart so happy to see you again, honestly. Honestly. Back hello. You didn't hear any of the wonderful, nice things I said about you. Because you got an ad, but I said nice things about you. Moo, please don't be a stranger. It's very good to see you again. And if you would like... No pressure. 000 pressure. But if you would like to join the Discord again, you're absolutely more than welcome, and we'd be happy to have you again. But no pressure. Char, you as well. If you would like to join the Discord, you can join the Discord as well. I'd love to have you. But Moo took a little bit of a social media break, and they're... What? What just happened? Can I join Discord too? Ooh, I don't know, Ark. I think we're full. I'm sorry. I'm kidding. Of course you can join Discord, silly goose. I can't climb? What? What do I do? Joined, yay, Char. That makes me so happy. I get it. I'll just wait for a while. Yeah, you might just want to wait it out. What the f... Okay. What do I do? So there's arrows, and then there was. I see. You son of a bish. Oh, wait, what? What'd that do? Does it go yeet? It goes yeet. Off yes, good night, Moo. Good night. Kisses. Happy to see you. Thank you for rejoining the Discord and rejoining my life. I did that. I figured that out. I made my name funny. Okay, I can't wait to see. I don't like the plop sounds this game makes. It makes me feel like I have a phone alert or something. That one. Boop. Boop. Moo has such a cute username. Moo is such a cutie too. They haven't streamed in a while, but when they do, you should watch them. There's so many, I know. I like that they've kept certain ones like through all the games. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Stream GTA every now and then, yeah. Or graphic stuff, yeah. I remember when you were making your little cow emotes. Oh, I have the hiccups now. Okay. So now we have to do this labyrinth. The sky labyrinths are a pain in the butt. Oh, okay. Thank you for nothing. Okay. So where are we going here? Arc is early. Pinecone? Okay, you got it. Let me find a place. Here. Okay. It's early enough. It is. It is early enough. Ugh. Okay. Pinecone is here. Hydrate before you... Oh, I have to add... Guys, I have to add my new little emote to my hydrate redeem. I have to do it. Allure? Thank you. Oh. I'm so far away from 200. Wait, why isn't it going up? Wait, why isn't it there it is. That was weird. Why didn't it go up the first time? That's so weird. Brosif being a big spender, I know. Brosif, I believe, is the only one who has redeemed a super absolutely nothing. So, Brosif is a big spender. Big spender. Big spender in big suspenders. I'm the best. I'm literally the best. I've redeemed 3 of the super absolutely nothings. Super absolutely nothing. Yep. Yep. Guys, Brosif's showing all you up. With the ultimate flex. The ultimate flex. And I've been gone for like a half a... Oh, it's okay. 2 years, 5 months, and 8 days. I miss you. I miss you too. Moo, please go to bed. Please go to bed, but please, please don't be a stranger. I'm so happy to see you again. Okay, so... behind, so this way. Yes, doggo time, doggo time. I'm so happy you're here. Now go away. No, because it's 2:30 in the morning for them, and they need to go take care of their puppy. I'm being responsible. I'll be responsible so you guys don't have to. How's that sound? I just think it also sounds funny, yeah. I'm so happy you're here. Now get the fuck out. Get out. This way? Wait, there's not a thing here? Oh, that's confusing. Huh? How do I get over there? Over here? No, it's gotta be... There has to be a thing here. Is it below? Is it above? Where does this connect? Because it's not here. Because this part right here, where is it? Where is it? Here? Alright, let me look again. So this part here goes... Okay. So it goes to here. Does this connect? So if I go through here... Oh, okay, okay. Can I go in here and then through here? Let's try. Alright, so through here. And then all the way back. No. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, this way. This way. This way. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, here's this one. Okay, this one's done. Now, how do I connect the other ones? Okay. Does this... No, this is closed the other way. Okay, hold on. Oh wait, does this go... Wait, this is supposed to be a burst here. But it's not bursting for some reason. It's not like giving me a big burst of air. That's annoying. Okay, so whoop, there we go. There's our burst. Okay, so now let's take a look. Because this goes around. So we need to get... Alright, so I think if I can get to the outer side, and then I think I can go here, and then into here, possibly? Alright, so how do I get back around? It's this way, right? And then this way? Okay, and then this way, and then we'll stay on the outside. I think. I genuinely don't know if this will connect or not. Alright, so if this goes here, and then this goes here, and then here, and then here. Okay. Alright, height. There we go. Alright, this goes to here. Perfect. Okay. Other side of this. Okay, that's 3. Now I have to map my route to the next one. Okay. Oops, it's not number 2. I guess it is. Alright, so... I think here? Really? That can't be right. Maybe here? I think it's here. Oh, shit. Okay. So, this way. Go through. Down and around. Nope. Okay, oh, that's too far. Alright, can I get back to the center from here? No. Where does this go anywhere? Okay, I'm getting a little frustrated. Alright, so this is gonna go this way. This does not connect out, is what we're saying here. Okay. Okay, that's fun. I love that for me. Okay, so that's that. That's that. So how do I get over here? This is gonna go over around. All right, so I really think I just have to go all the way around. Hi, driver. How are you, my friend? Welcome in. It's Wednesday, my dudes. It is. How's it going? What'd you have for dinner? You know, important stuff. Pisha? Ooh. What kind of pisha? Excuse me. Okay, so then in. Alright, so in and over here. And then it should be here. And then it should be here. Oh, it's blocked. It's gonna be this way. Yay! Oh! Something bish. Getting ready to go to work for a couple hours? I'm helping with trivia night at your work? That sounds fun. Can you stop? I'm trying to examine. That sounds fun. Trivia. The answer is 4. Just so you know. The answer is 4. That's the answer to all of your questions. You're gonna go all the way? Thank you. Alright, let's get this treasure. What is it? Anything good? Oh wait, I'm missing the 3rd piece of the thing, right? Oh, a big battery? No, you'll get that below. That's right, I'll get that below. And then it's gonna be like, dive! Dive into the depths! It'll be fine! It's never fine, chat. My stomach is a little upset. Not gonna lie. I've pulled apart the bars of the labyrinth of land that obstructed your path below. Alright, now we have to yeet. Now we have to literally yeet. Uh-oh, it's okay. I'll take some Pepsi and go to bed. Kangaskhan. About to pee out your butt. I might have to go potties. So anyway, I'll be back. Anyway, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Maybe 10. I literally can't see where I'm diving. This is wonderful. Just have to have blind fucking faith right now. Okay. So. Flushable wipes are your best friend? Listen. I don't have any friends, okay? Flushable or not. Which way should I go? Does it matter? Doesn't appear to matter which way I go. Hi, hello. Pop. Pop. Oh, here, let's get fancy. Here you go. Pop. Pop. Oh, what? That's not gonna count towards anything. You can't see me. Hilarious. It doesn't know where I am. Absolutely hysterical. It didn't even know where to look. Oh, that's too funny. Did you say you don't have any friends? I don't have friends. Friends are a social construct made up by the patriarchy. To remind you that you'll always be alone. That's not true. I'm just being a douchebag. Just being annoying. But also, I don't have any friends. All my friends are heathens, take it slow. Okay, last one. Let's go. What percentage did that increase us to? Nothing. Watch. Excuse me. I don't need any of this. Like, this is my third one. I've already done this. Hidden since days of old. Take it now. Da-da-da-da-da! Amazing. What is this one? The Dark Phantom one, right? Yeah. Yerp. Okay. So this one's done too. Alright, so now we're at 66.65. Okay. Now. What's this one here? Edit stamp. Blue. Oh, there's one right here? Really? Green. Alright, so we'll go to blue and then we'll go to green. Making some progress. Making bacon progress. Bacon progress. Making bacon progress. Oh. Bacon progress, yeah. The best kind. The best kind of progress. I need to finish upgrading my glide suit. Because it is quite helpful. Oh, I'm cold. I am cold. My hero's path is so funny because it's all just me launching from towers and then like gliding to wherever it is that I have to go. So it's just like all these like lines like out of towers. It's so funny. Am I about to have a blood moon again? Ooh, a Lionel? Which color? Black? Or is that blue? Let's go. I am like not afraid of Lionels now. I will shoot every Lionel in the face. I don't give a fuck. This fucker don't even know what's about to hit him. Woo! Oh, I have no stamina. I pushed it. I pushed it! Ah! Still not scared of you. Still not scared of you. I'm cold, though. Hold on. Just the one? Sure. Where's my... Here it is. Oh, you son of a biche. Oh shit, I didn't have a bow. Damn, that was a missed opportunity there. Just shoot so I can use this as... No! I just need to use the fire to climb. Ooh, I got cocky there. I shouldn't have pushed it. There's so many times I'm like, I'm fine. And then I'm like, I am not fine. I'm very not fine. It's okay. Watch this. This is easy. Okay. Why? Okay. Is my... Oh, my controller's dying. Okay. I was like, why are my buttons, like, not reacting? But that's why I need to change my batteries after this Lionel fight. Woohoo! We're gonna change our batteries after this Lionel fight, which will be right now. Okay. Oh gosh. I was sitting there and I'm like, I am smashing buttons and they are not responding to what I am telling them to do. All right, hold on. I just want to show you guys I'm not lying. You see the flashing? It is dying. It is dying. I'm sitting there, I'm like holding buttons down. It's like not, just not responding. I have rechargeable batteries because I care about the environment. Okay. Turn on power. Connect, please. There you go. Okay. Let me plug this back in and hopefully I won't turn off my PC because I've been known to do that on accident. There we go. Okay. See, who's scared of Lionel? It's not me. Ooh, this one, a ×5 is so good. Then I've got a ×3. Okay. Got a couple Lionel bows here, not bad. Alright, but I still want to use this one first. What? Why? Why? Oh, who is that? Oh, Zelda. Alright, we're going to blue first, and then... No, dark blue first? Yes. Dark blue first, and then green. What is the light blue even going to? I don't know. I don't know. Making pancakes, making pancakes, making pancakes. I'm trying to think of more, like, fun stuff for redeems. But there's been too many clips that I've wanted to, like, edit and post that have been ruined by, like, the Pokemon spawn noise, you know? So I'm like... I suppose that I could... like, separate the audio... on Mix It Up so that it doesn't, like, go through on VODs. Like, it comes through, like, when I'm live, but doesn't go through on VODs. But I don't even know how to do that. Like, that was one of the things that somebody was supposed to help me with, and they didn't. Fuck. Damn it. I don't know why I pushed that. I don't know why I pushed that. Thought I would make it, but I guess not. I know, I'm very cold. I know. I like that his skin turns red when he's cold. That's something I need to learn how to do too. Yeah, we have to fix yours. I don't... Like, I honestly, genuinely don't know why your sound alerts double. Like, I don't want to say, like, we'll have to wipe it and add all your sources in, but, like, something is fucked up somewhere, and I can't see it, and I can't find it. But there's no reason for your audio to be doubled like that. Like, there's no reason. Like, you should, like, there's something somewhere that we can't find that should isolate that source, and it's driving me crazy. It's literally driving me crazy, but we will figure it out. But yeah, I need to figure out how to isolate my audio. There's lots of videos on it. I work better when I have somebody, like, showing me what to do. And somebody was supposed to help me set up a voice meter, and they were going to add me to their pro plan. And that didn't happen. It's isolated now, but I can't keep everything from coming in desktop, but I have it. I know, no, I know, but there should be a way. Like, you should be able to control each source's audio separately. Like, you're supposed to be able to do that. And for some reason, I just can't figure out why it's coming through too. We'll figure it out, though. We'll figure it out. It's just the problem is that both of us are obsessed with streaming, so any free time we have, we always spend it streaming. Where am I going? Oh, wrong button. We have total control of our lives. Complete control. My phone not giving me live notifications. Fake fan. Do you hear that here first, guys? I is a fake fan. I is a fake fan. You heard it here first, guys. What's up, Aya? How are you? Welcome in. How's the day? I like don't want to do the thing, but I want to do the thing because I liked how it sounded, and I don't want to be like yeah because you know who, but like I always liked how it sounded, so I'm like, man, I wish I thought of it. You got a job offer? Hold on. Good job, Aya. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. That's amazing. Do you feel better? Do you feel good? Do you feel good? Do you feel powerful? Do you feel a strong, powerful, independent woman? Health benefits and a 401k. That gets one more air horn. Straight up cried when I got the email. I'm so happy for you, Aya. Honestly, the relief of, like, just knowing, like, when you wake up in the morning, like, I'm gonna go to work. I'm gonna get a paycheck. Like, it's gonna, I'm telling you, you're gonna feel so good. Enormous horse. If you can bring me the giant horse, the crystal's all yours. Okay. Ride the giant, but don't I already have the giant horse? No, I have the white stallion. Is this Ganon's horse? Okay. So there's like buildy stuff down here. But why? But for the why. Wait, did I see a shrine all the way across? No, I don't see it again. Where did I just... It's gone. Like, it, like, loaded in for, like, a second, and now it's gone. Like, I saw the green. I probably realized it shouldn't be loading that far away. No, I know I have the... So the Hyrule Compendium... I think it's this. I think this is the one that it wants. I think it's Ganon's horse. Because I have this one. So I think it's this one is the one that they want. So I just have to find where he is? Common locations unknown. Okay, great. Where is the stable compared to where I am? Way over here? Is that where I'm supposed to be? Alright, let's start there, I guess. I named my giant horses Chungus and Chonk. Chat named my giant white stallion Egg. So that's fun. That our giant powerful stallion is named Egg. Egg is good. Egg, I mean, it's egg colored, so it fits for sure. It is colored like an egg. That is a true statement there. Alright, let's see if anyone at this stable knows anything about not egg. Neg. Alright, so I'm just supposed to ask people if they know about this horse. Hey. Horse?
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, no, I don't want... Oh, no. I don't want to play your little mini game. Horse? Rather strange animal around here? Stocky creature, what other horse? A don-don. Princess Zelda's very kind. Don 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 don. He's like don don. Alright, I need all these tomatoes, obviously. But I need to find information about this horse. Says he said to ask at nearby stables. But the problem is that none of the stables are really like nearby. So what doing? I like how people call that one pink. Like that color. And I'm like, is it actually, like, is it, do you guys think that that's considered pink? Or is that like a tan? It's like tan, yeah. You see pink? I see like tan. Like it has pink undertones for sure, but it is not intended to be like pink. I think I want that one and I want to name it Cupcake, but I can't get to it. God damn it. You're fine. You're perfectly fine. See? You're good. See? You're good. Oh, you're so pretty. You're so pretty. Okay, let's go. No, what are you doing? Go this way. Do you have Spot yet? Like, do I have one named Spot? No. Okay, slow down. Okay, good. Good job. Good job. Dalmatian horse, you get it for the mini stable completion? No! What? I don't have it. I have to do it. Wait, it's like, do you have to like do all the mini stables? I thought I did. Let's see. Maybe I'm missing one. Okay, let's register. Yes, please. We have 2 Rusties. I have to get rid of one. I don't want the one that's got like the white on its face. Reward available. No one cares. I know. I know. Okay, so I want to name it Cupcake because I think it looks like a little vanilla cupcake with sprinkles. Cupcake. No, not Cupid. Stupid. Cupcakey. My favorite horse is named Harold. My favorite is Epona. Like, there's nothing like the OG. Important. But I have 2 Rusties. I want to get rid of one. Demon King returning. So there's not a way to release one. There's not a way to release it. Look, see, I want to get rid of this one. Even though his hair is really funny, I might leave it. Epona can't pull? Is that what it is? Oh, yeah, Epona doesn't pull. Okay, interesting. Think your horse collection to be full? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'll just have to keep collecting a bunch of cute horses and get rid of one of the Rusties. Okay, so I still have to find out about this other horse. No, you are looking for challengers. You're the band. Do you know about the horse? Okay. Ask near Highland Stable, east of the grasslands. That's where I'm at, isn't it? Yes. Oh, maybe inside? Maybe inside, maybe inside. Hello, lady? Turn of the Demon King. Yeah, no, I already killed him. You guys need to keep up. Alright, so this is egg, wheat, sugar, honey, and milk, and it makes a crepe. Wait, what picture do you need? Did I not set yours up? Oh, I haven't set this one up yet. Oh, shit. How did I not do this? I'm so bad at this game. Giant white stallion, okay. I have a picture. Do I have a picture? Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Is it still in my... I don't think it's still in my album. That's the problem. Alright, so I have to get it out and take a picture of it. This guy is like... Can you please take a picture of this giant white stallion that I happen to have boarded at my stable? What a doofus. Okay. So let's like set him up nice and cool for a picture. Oh, wow. Hello. Alright, let's get you all ready for a nice pose. There we go. Pose. Strike a pose, Vogue. Yeah, that's a pretty picture. Goodbye! Goodbye! I can't believe I somehow didn't do this one. That's so funny. That's so funny. I don't know how I, like, didn't finish this quest or activate this quest or whatever. Guys, so this local restaurant I ordered dinner from tonight makes, like, these rolls in-house. And I ordered a whole, like, extra pack of rolls, and I've eaten, like, 3 of them. And I still have a whole bag, and I'm like, what am I gonna do with all these rolls? Sure, you can paint a copy. I like how he says he's gonna paint a copy, and then it, like, just, like, is the picture. Like, it's not even, like... a rendition, it just straight up is the picture. It's so funny. I see you got rated. You did! Hi, Laz. Welcome over. How are ya? How are ya? Okay, let's get my pony points. Yeah, how was the day, Laz? How was work? Is today an early day for you? Okay, so... who's gonna know? Maybe she knows about horses? Okay. Lurlin Village. Okay, I know that, yeah. Lamb on me, okay. Ride north until you enter wooded forest. Travel east to the rainforest. So find looks Zonai Ruins. Okay, I've been there yet. Okay. Like Hylia, been there. Okay. Big monster on the bridge. Yeah. Puffer Beach with some flying monsters. Aww. Interesting. Okay. Lake of the Horse God. The giant white stallion. I know I have that one already. I don't need that. Wait, is it? Hold on. Is this guy looking for this horse? Got myself the new quarter with some grilled onions on it. Probably gonna... Ooh. Okay, okay. It's not this one, right? Like, he's actually looking for the other one, correct? What do you mean you're gonna argue with me, bitch? Oh, there's a Korok right here. Where's your friend? Oh my god, bug, go away. Oh, that's not bad at all. Oh, good job, Aya. You did that. So... I can't pull with them, right? Wow, okay, horse. Bye. Alright, so... I guess my main thing is... Are they looking for that horse, or are they looking for the other horse? Alright, I know, did you see him? He was just like, alright, that's my cue to leave. A Lionel? Hold on. No, wait, I'm not ready to fight you yet. I will fight you in a second, I'm just not ready yet. Don't look at me. You can't see me. You can't see me. Alright, I need... There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. That's perfectly... Stop rolling. Stop rolling. Please stop rolling. Please. Please stop rolling. I would really appreciate it if you would stop rolling. Please. Okay. Let's go fight this Lionel. And then we're gonna drop off this little dude. Oh, hi. You see nothing. Oh, that's too low. That's perfect. 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 Wait, how are you not stunned? How are you not stunned? I literally headshot you like multiple times. And that went through you? I literally, like, I can't see through these fucking, what do you call them? Oh my god, he just literally destroyed the whole trees. That's so funny. Alright. I guess let's try this shit again, because headshots apparently aren't what you need to stun them anymore. Yo, he knocked me out of the sky. Why is this blue Lionel giving me such problems right now? What? Okay, this is like the 4th time that has happened with my bow. where where I draw the bow and like it like takes an extra second to shoot. Like I don't understand. Why are you grabbing the tree? I don't understand what's going on right now. Like why is he not like cooperating like at all? Like Link is literally doing everything he wants and like nothing I'm telling him to do. There's no fucking way right now, bro. There's no fucking way right now. Like, stop. Why are you... I don't understand what's going on. Like, I am not exaggerating when I say he is doing everything but what I'm telling him to do right now. He's gonna run right into me. Oh, wow. Okay. I love when they break, like, in the most, like, absolutely inconvenient moments. Oh, he's gonna hit me. Run. Yep. Those are headshots? I mean... Minoru, no! Minoru, no! Jesus fucking Christ, are you joking with me? I can't believe that just happened. That sage just screwed me so bad. Like, I literally can't believe that just fucking happened. She's like, me? You want me? I can't- oh my god. That was actually really annoying. And I said that earlier. And I said, does she like grab you when you're paragliding? And I couldn't replicate it. I couldn't get it to do it again. And then it just did it just now. So she does. She can grab you like from a paraglide. Okay, fuck these trees. Seriously. It's really annoying that you go like even remotely close to a tree and it's like push the tree, you're pushing the tree, and it's like no I'm not. I'm literally not pushing the tree. These arrows? Yeah, these are all these arrows that I missed. Alright, so there's the Korok over there. Let's go discover this cave real quick. Oh, it's not even a cave. It's a fake out. Okay, cool. Alright, so I think... I think I can grab him, and I think I can kind of shimmy my way, like, up this little mound of dirt here. I need to reach my friend. Okay, Laz or Aya? Since both of you are here, do you happen to know this quest that I'm doing right now? Is he looking for the black horse? Or is he looking for the white horse that I already have? Because if he's looking for the white horse, I already have that, and that's easy. But if he's looking for the black horse, I have to find it. I'm gonna guess he's looking for the black horse. You believe it's the white horse? Oh, okay, so it is the horse I already have. Where is he located? I'll show you in a second. He's right here. So I'm gonna guess it's the white horse. It's the white horse? Okay, cool. So I have to go back for him. I have to go back for my horse. Alright, let's just go to the stable. Well, I was riding the horse and then he got scared of a Korok and ran off. Which totally makes sense because the horse is giant, you know. Ugh. Okay, I'm a little annoyed with this, like, gnat or whatever it is that's been, like, flying around all day, because it's like, make up your mind, like, go somewhere. What's this little camper do over here? Oh, I did this already. This is the girl, right? This is the... Yeah, Canolo. Yeah, I did this one already. Okay. My horse is this way. Right? Yeah. Koraks be vicious? I know! Well, my giant white horse got scared of a little Korak and ran away. Annoying as usual, but that's whatever. Yeah. Work do be annoying like that sometimes. Most times. A lot of times. All the times. There he is. There he is. Come here. That's right, dummy. Come here, big dummy. Beautiful. All right, let's go. I hate that you can't make him go faster. Like, he has like no stamina. Come on. First paycheck and scream, "Arr, get out of my house!" for reals. Aya, can you record it when you do it, please? Like, literally just go live for the 5 seconds that's gonna take, and then that's it. And it's like, woman live streams her divorce. Really big horses like myself typically don't have much stamina. Hi, Steph. How are you? Absolutely will. This is for all of us. This is all of us. This is all of our divorce, okay? Wait, what's this music? Wait, is this because of, is this the horse music? Our divorce. It's our divorce, yes. If you're on the road, it plays that? Interesting. I'll have to see if it's all horses. Can you... Why did you go up here then if you can't walk? You're kidding me! I can't move. There we go. I had to find the exact position where he would move. Like, I was like, how'd you get up here then, dummy? God. Did it mention it's a bitch? Yeah, no kidding. I'm here. Hi. Hi. I'm trying to talk! Jesus. Jesus. I'm trying to talk! That's so funny. Ride the giant horse. Okay, so now I'm gonna take a quick break, really quick here. We can just, you guys can just watch the horse and the fire and stuff. I'll be right back. I just have to run to the bathroom. I heard it downstairs and I like ran. I knew I wasn't gonna make it. Ugh.
Your health is low.
I know. I know. I tried to run. I tried to run. Oh no. Yeah. It's okay. Alright, where's... Oh, it's way down here. I can walk it. Or maybe not? Okay. Okay. Rolling, 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 rolling. Oh my god, why is it going away over there? Okay, you're back with soup slash stew. Is it both? Or is it either? Is chili a soup or a stew? Ooh, discuss chat. Is chili a soup or a stew? I would say soup. I don't know. I don't know. Stew and chili are both soup. Stew and chili are both soup. Chili is a chili. Chili is a chili. It's more of a stew. Is chili a chili or is chili a chili? Is chili a chili or is chili a chili? Is it a chili? Or is it a chili? Can I subscribe to this belief? Yes. You can. Ride the giant horse. Complete. Alright. Are you a gift? Please just be a gift so I don't have to, like, do stuff. Because that'd be great. While they're both soup, they aren't terribly brothy. Chili is a chili more than a stew. So chili is just unique from the others. Yeah. I mean, so, like, okay. So... what makes a stew as opposed to a soup? The way that it is like the way it's prepared, right? Because it's stewed rather than, I don't know, souped. How do you? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know words. Okay. Soup is stewed. Stews are chunkier, less broth. Listen, everything is soup, okay? Everything is soup, and all soup is created soupy. 141, 11 more, chat, 11 more. All right, that's that one. Perf. All right, so these can go. This can be deleted. What's this? I don't know what these are. What are these marking? Guess we'll delete them because I don't know what they're marking. Oh, they might be marking Koroks, but it's fine. Chilies are also chunkier with less broth, but the flavor palette is distinct. Ooh, so now things come into play like flavor palette. Palette. Alright, so let's go here to the yellow, I guess. Like it's cheesy. Well, cheese goes good on everything, so there's that whole thing, you know? Cheese goes good on everything. You don't even need to put cheese on things. You could just eat cheese. You could just eat cheese. Don't let anyone tell you differently, chat. You can eat all the cheese your heart desires. Wow, shooting star going complete opposite direction than I am. Of course. Interesting that we're going over there, okay. With melon or grapes, though? I've put cheese goes on apples. People put cheese on apples. Another good thing about the divorce, he's lactose intolerant, but won't change his diet. So I never have to smell that again. Oh my gosh. Lol. Aya's about to be living her best cheesy life right now. Aya's gonna live her best cheesy life, chat. My daughter is insisting that you are wrong about cheese. Listen here, rainbow sparkles. Once you get older and you learn how to appreciate a good cheese, you'll understand. When you've got like a good smoked Gouda on your cheese, like a good smoked Gouda cheese on like a nice like roasted garlic cracker, I'm telling you, oh, I need to go to Aldi right now. Need to go to Aldi right now. Excuse me, Rainbow. Cheese is love, cheese is life. One day when you're older, you'll understand. You'll appreciate cheese. And then when you're even older after that and your body starts turning on you and it starts rejecting cheese, then you'll really appreciate it. She doesn't believe you, but she's also wrong. Are you sure she's... Ark, are you sure she's yours? I mean, I don't want to be the one to question somebody's paternity, but I feel like I'd be questioning it. If a child came out of my body and said that they don't like cheese, I'd be like, put it back, return it for the right one, because this is obviously not my child. My child would never. There's no one alive has enough energy to convince an 8-year-old of... True. That's very true. That's very true. The older you get, the older you like your cheese, too. I have started, like, I love Gouda. Like, I have started really, like, leaning into, like, a good Gouda with, like, crackers at night. So, oh, come on. Believe me, I've tried. Listen, Brits kids love me. Like, I literally can convince them to do anything. Brit and I wanted to play Faz one time, but it was, like, 7 o'clock at night. And she was like, the kids won't go to bed or whatever. And so I was like, put one of your kids in voice chat or whatever. And it was the little one. It was the younger one who really likes me. And I was like, listen, mommy and I want to play a game. and you have to go to bed early tonight, but it'll be okay because like next time we go play a game, like I'll like let you watch or whatever. And she's like, okay. I was like, there you go. Do I shoot an arrow in there? There's no way you expect me to yeet these things through there. You can't. There's no way you can yeet a spear through there, can you? Mine's almost 8, I believe you. Holy shit, my son is almost 8. I love that line of statements, my 8-year-old. Holy crap, he's almost 8. Yeah. You're like, wait. My kids are mad that I won't let them watch Miss Pink, but I don't want my son reading chat. My chat? Listen, my chat is not as bad as some chats that I've seen on Twitch. And I don't curse a ton. Like, I curse for sure, but I don't curse like some people are like every other word. All right, there's no way. What? My son reads out loud. Oh my gosh. So he would just be reading every chat after I've already read it out loud. I still feel like he was a newborn. Oh my gosh. Aw. I feel like that's a relatively normal thing with parents though. Like, they're like, you were just born yesterday. They're like, Mom, no I wasn't. Alright, I'm gonna cheat. Do you think this will count? Does it just need any weight on it at all? Or does it need to be me? Sounds like a free TTS for Pink. There you go. They're eating my chili and I'm being quiet as a mouse so that they don't realize it's spicy. I wasn't raising wimps. I think... Oh, there's a quest. Makes sense that there's a quest. So I've got to be able to get through it somehow. Ghastly in chat. That's kind of a cool one. Wolfie on some Mario Kart. Ooh, I don't have a weapon. But the puzzle, yeah. I'm sure I'll figure it out. I'm just... Right now, I'm like... My brain is just not computing right now. That's all. I'm sure I'll figure it out. No, can you stop? Come on, stop. Okay, there we go. Alright, so the 8-fold blade does sneak strikes, which is nice, but I'm not sneaking right now. Oh, come on. Ooh, I got a diamond from that. That wasn't even marked as a, like a rare. A fused spear. See, I feel like fused, but... Oh, maybe... Wait. Can you put wings? Can you put wings on a spear and it acts the same way as arrows do? As in, like, they'll go further? Wash your hair dye out. You were a fraud. I knew it. I knew it. Broseph didn't really dye their hair. It's Kool-Aid. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I need to stop saying shit jokingly because then people are gonna actually believe me one time and they'll be like, you said! I'm like, yeah, but I was fucking around. Wow. You're not born with rainbow hair, you're actually a fraud? Oh my gosh, that's not even what I meant. I actually meant that, like, you didn't actually dye your hair and that it was, like, temporary. It was fake color. They're maybe not wings, but other flighty things. Okay. Alright, let me think then. I'm gonna try wings first. I'm gonna try wings. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Unless, is it like... Is it like a rocket? Because it's a Zonite spear, right? That's what they want us to use? Wait, are they not over here? Wait, are they not over here? Am I just not seeing them? Oh wait, where'd they go? Oh, it despawned the spears. Wait, let me not make sure I'm not. Yeah, it despawned the spears. This is, I want to say Tobio's Hollow Cave? But I think I have to leave and come back because I think it despawned the Zonite spears. Hardy lizard right here. Yes. Alright, I'm gonna leave and come back. Yeah, that's Tobio's Hollow Cave. This is annoying. If they did despawn these, I'm gonna be annoyed. Yeah, it's Tobio's Hollow Cave. Alright, so how do I... My ear itch is really bad. So if I just rest, it should... In theory, it should, respawn those, right? If I, like, rest for a couple days. Okay. So... One of these, and... One of these. Okay. Rest until morning. Okay, it is what I was thinking. There are multiple ways to do the thing. Okay. I just need them to respawn. Okay, I don't know if this will do anything. Let's go see. Right, please respawn the... Does it need to be these Zonai ones? And there's probably a fucking quest attached to it that'll actually give me instructions. Oh wait, there's a book. I didn't read the book. I'm stupid. Hold on. Okay. Who is this follows? Throw the Zonai spear with a wing from the pedestal through the ring. Should your aim be true and right? Okay. Okay, so I need the Zonai spear. So yeah, so it's a wing. Okay. I just need the spear that it doesn't want to give me.
Yeah.
Rest until morning. If I have to leave and come back, I'm gonna be annoyed though. Okay. I might have to like leave the area entirely and come back. That's so weird though that it, like, this game I've noticed has a really, really annoying habit of like despawning stuff like while you're still using them. Like, that's not the first time that this game has done that, where it has literally despawned stuff that I am, like, in the middle of using. Like, all I did was drop those and, like, go to the other side of this cave and come back, and it has despawned these. Like, why are you taking away what I need to solve this puzzle? Yeah, I am. But it's just, it's frustrating because, like, so they did it with this. They did it when I was trying to get up to the other labyrinth last time. If you remember, I was like building stuff and then I like went a couple feet over to grab like it's like a fan or something and it despawned what I was building like in the middle of building it. Like, this game has a terrible, terrible, terrible despawn habit, rate, despawn rules. I don't even know how to phrase it, but it despawns shit all the fucking time and it's so obnoxious. I know I didn't have to launch, but, like, I'm just making sure the game knows that I have left the area. I have to fight that Gleeok eventually right there, which I haven't yet. I'm pretty sure I got this one. Yeah, pretty sure I got this one. I don't know. Let's take a picture just in case, because I don't remember. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure I did. Alright, let's go back. Yeah, see, it's already turned in, I think. Okay, let's go back. Let's see if it respawned. My ear itches really bad. I don't know why. Somebody is talking shit about me. Stop it. Alright, please, 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 please have respawned my shit. I don't understand it. Like, do I have to wait? I think I have to wait for a blood moon. That's so annoying. That's, like, very annoying. Alright, let's go, like, far. Let's go, like, Hebra. They did it because, for whatever dumb reason, they were worried about having too much stuff loaded in. I know, but, like, there should be, like, a... Like, there should be, like, a time.
A bits for your trouble.
A bits for your trouble. Thank you, Aya. Thank you for the biddies. I just, like, there should be, like, a time. Like, there should be, like, a timer on it. Like, oh, they haven't interacted with this in X amount of minutes. You know? Something. The Pusheen, I know, all of my... I think about redoing them. I think about redoing them all the time. But all my alerts are pushing. They're pushing GIFs with Sailor Moon sounds. I can Google where else to get a Zonai spear. It just, it should, if it's required for the quest, it should respawn, but it's just not. And I got mad and quit for a bit. What are you using? I just need to get some shards from my girlfriend real quick. Stream elements. Everything worked fine except for one refuses to save. Interesting. I'm curious if there's a reason why. Like, is it like a variation one? Like, is it one where it's like... This is like the bit alerts, but if they do like X amount, it's a different sound? Because sometimes those are finicky if you haven't like labeled them separately. It's the bits one. Yeah, there might be like something super simple where like one of your drop downs might not be populated, and so it just like it's not telling you what you're missing, but something somewhere is like, no, this isn't filled out properly. Because the bits one, like, it needs to be very specific because it's basically like you need to tell it, oh look, oh I saw the red for like a fraction of a second and I thought it was a blood moon. But yeah, so it's like you need to like basically tell it like this is very specifically like this amount of bits or whatever. So it could just be something so simple like one of your drop downs just isn't filled out right and it's confusing it. Let's hear at one point because the help was, oh shit, he's flying. He's flying. Because the help page on Reddit was down. We had to research for a while for a simple answer. Not that I'm trying to like pimp and push my Discord, but between myself and Chaos Unfolding, who is one of my closest friends, we know a good chunk of tech support and troubleshooting and stuff. So if you ever can't find an answer, you can always just pop it in the tech support Discord, and Chaos usually either knows the answer or knows where to find the answer. And he's like, he'll do like screenshots and everything, like he's super legit about it. It's so funny. I'm like, how do I do this? And he's always like, here, let me pull it up on my work PC. My work PC. So funny. I will definitely do that. I hope you do. I hope you use my Discord. Stream Deck? Yeah. Stream Decks are legit. Your in-laws got it for your birthday? Stream Decks are legit. Okay, so I'm gonna have to wait for a blood moon, I think. Alright, let's go to this green one. Right here next to this. Next to this shrine. Right next to this, what do you call it? Chasm. Yeet. Alright, what did I say? I'm going green? I think I'm going to the green one. Yes, green. so there should be one right next to that chasm there. Wait, this is the Great Plateau. Wait, there's... Okay, this is the Great Plateau. So there's something over here. Interesting. Interesting. There's not a shrine here. But there's gotta be a cave. Fuck bugs. I know. I hate bug Pokemon. I hate most bug Pokemon, honestly. So this way. There is a cave on the Great Plateau. And they're gigantic. Yeah, that too. But also, like, just who likes bugs, right? I like how the Great Plateau isn't, like, this giant isolated, like, you know, enigma like it was in Breath of the Wild. Like, there actually is a bottom to the Great Plateau. Okay, so this is nothing. Right, this is the entrance, I know. There's a cave somewhere. What? Alright, I'm cheating. I'm looking at the map. Cheaty. Alright, where is Great Plateau? Here's Great Plateau. Alright, so it's... the Shrine of Resurrection? No fucking way. Suck my dick. Are you kidding me? That's really where this is? Wait, where? No, I got it. It's right there. Oh, is it this one? Great Plateau Foothill Cave? Here? Here. Let's try here. Cheating, I know. I can say the grilled onions added to my quarter pot. It was pretty good. Ooh, laws. Fired? Automod. Goo 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 goo. Nope. Automod. Automod's taking the day off. It worked really hard yesterday. So it decided to just take some time off. You know, just relax. Because it worked overtime yesterday. It worked really hard yesterday, protecting this chat. Alright, so supposedly there's a cave here. There is a cave here. Ooh, hello, Yunobo. Until someone says French. Oh my god, banned. It didn't do it, no. Because I think because it's already been, like, approved the one time. Ugh. Maybe if you French your goo. Whoa. Whoa, this is a family-friendly stream, Aya. I would appreciate if you'd respect that. Not talk about your Friday evenings in my chat. French. Yes, please censor yourself when you say those words. Don't you lie through your teeth like that. I have never lied in my life. Thank you very much. I don't even lie when I sleep, okay? I sleep standing up because I would never lie. One-way ticket to heck. I would never tell a lie like that. Don't you know lying's bad? Only dirty liars lie. Only dirty liars lie. Remember that, chat? Remember that next time you're thinking about telling a little fibberoonskis. Just be like, I don't know, am I a fucking liar? And then make up your mind. Liar, liar, plants for hire. Yep. It's that simple. You literally go, I don't know. Am I a fucking skis ball liar piece of doo-doo? And then you go, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't tell this little fib. Because I don't want to be a stinky liar doo-doo head. There's probably way more effective ways to do this. Oh my god, amazing. Kyokugan! Kyokugan. In my house, we call that booty butt cheeks. A liar stinky poo-poo doo-doo head. Sorry to use such foul language, chat. 141. We're getting so close. Alright, alignment of the circles. What does that mean? Kyokugan Shrine. Oh, wow. Okay. Alignment of the circles. What the hell does that even mean? Wait, is this gonna be... Wait, is this gonna be like the shrine in Breath of the Wild where you have to like match the one that's like next to it? Or is it like, am I matching those? Like, do I go like in that one and like that one? I wonder if we'll be aligning some circles. I wonder. So there's 4 balls. Like the constellation one? Yeah. But there's not... There's not another shrine, like, opposite of it. No problem, Aya. Enjoy your lurkies. Alright, so... So I see 4 circles. Okay, so I think this one. Okay, I'm gonna just guess that I'm aligning with the circles that are in the sky. I'm just gonna guess. I don't know. So there's one here. Okay. There's one there, which is that one, I think. Okay. This top corner. Here. Wait, is this one here or no? Yes. Alright, so then where's the 4th one? 1, 2, 3. Wait, didn't I see 4 before? Oh, okay. This one. This is... Honestly, this is strictly a guess. I legitimately do not know if this is how you solve this puzzle. No fucking way. That was such a guess. Like, that was literally just a guess. that I had to match those circles on the sky. But it worked. It was a guess that worked. Apparently ice cream machines at McDonald's are dangerous. I was getting out of the way and apparently ended up gashing my back. Oh, shit. Did you, like, bleed through your uniform or anything? Or just, like, it just kind of broke the skin underneath? Alright, is the bubble frog in here? No. It's gonna be behind this blue wall here. Man, I can't stand that, you can't bomb the blue. Not much. I have a big scratch on my back, though. Oof. Yikes. Oh no, ow. Oh no, ow! Yes. Oh no, ow is right. Oh, why did you move? Oh my god, that Use you know? Oh, does he work? I thought he doesn't work on blue. I thought there was one that he doesn't work on. Okay. Does he work on blue? I believe you, but... Oh. I thought because bombs don't work on blue, for some reason that Unobo didn't work on blue, but that's fine. Alright, that one's done. Nice. What are we at now? 66.85. Alright, let's see if we can break 67 before we end stream. I'm not ending yet, but I want to break 67 before we end stream. Alright, I need a blood moon because I need this stupid thing to reset. Hi, horsies. I'm robot, don't mind me. Sea breeze boomerang. I need to make some more stuff. I was doing so good with weapons, and then suddenly I'm like out of weapons. Holy crap, I don't even know what just happened there. It's a lot less weapon durability, yeah. Yeah, I think honestly, I think for some reason I was just like, oh, bombs don't work on that, and then I just like left it at that. Like I didn't even think to grab Unobu, honestly. It was just being a silly goose. Wait, can you kill squirrels? What do they drop? Nuts. Pointless. Pointless. What are you hitting there? Ooh, Lucario! Lucario in chat. Alright, we eventually need to fight the Lake Hylia, Gleok. I don't know why Brain couldn't get there. Roast him immediately, really? That's funny. I should know, because, like, you can't kill the stupid sticky lizards. Like, if you shoot them, they just poof. They don't drop to the ground, which is stupid. Which is so stupid. Alright, what am I doing? 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 Right, I can get rid of this. Because this is done, right? Yeah, okay. Alright, there's one here, this light blue. I like don't even okay, there's one there, so it's 2. So there's 2, 3, 4. So there's 4 that I can see with my eyes right now. That out of the 10. Okay, so there's 2 there. Okay, so there's 2 there. So there's 2 there, so there's 4. So that's 5. Six, because we're trying to wait for that one to refresh. What? I don't see anymore. I don't see anymore. Wait, so were we missing some up here? Hold on, hold on. Hi, Tatiana, welcome in. And wolves before I remember that want uncooked food. Okay, hold on. So there's 32 up here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Okay, hold on, hold on. Let me look for a second. Hebra. Hebra is... Oops. Hebra is done except for these 2. So there's 2 right there. Gerudo is done. Okay. Oh, there's literally one right here. Okay. Four, 5. It's that one. Okay, so that's that one. One right here. Okay, so is that 10 now? I know this is really annoying, guys. I'm sorry. That's gotta be it. Alright, so let's change... Let's change these last couple over here. Okay, so where are we currently? Alright, so the yellow one is like stuck. We need that to respawn. Do we have any shrine quests? That's the shrine quest we've got. Okay. Are you looking for locations? I am. I'm down to the last couple shrines. And I'm just trying to match it up with the depths. But I think I have them all marked. Alright, hold on. Let's look one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I just did this. I just did this a second ago. Alright, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Man, I wish you could just, like, turn off, like, all of this crap on the map. Like, you can technically do it here, and you can do, like, this, but, like, I don't even want all this on here, you know? Wow, look at the castle. Wow, look at the castle! And I haven't even opened my Tears of the Kingdom, and the Twilight Princess Link amiibo I bought when I got my game, really? I really want the... there's an amiibo exclusive glider fabric that I really want. And I'm having a really hard time getting it. It doesn't want to. Does not want to give to me. Alright, I am so confused because I had them all and I was doing so good. So there's 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh. The castle, did you get all the locations there? I'm not sure. I think so. Docks, lockup. Because, I mean, I went pretty much everywhere except for, like, right here, apparently. So unless there's something there. Yeah, the locations is gonna be... The locations is gonna be a bit of a grind, because it's gonna be, like, literally just kind of going from one corner to another. Hey, Trem! How are you? Welcome in. Alright, let's look again. So 1. 7's 1. This one's 2. 3. 4. I can't focus. I can't. I'm just gonna have to go with what I've got. Just go with what I've got marked, I guess. Alright, we need a blood moon. We need a blood moon to reset this guy here. Alright, so let's go here. Let's go here. Is this Great Plateau again? No, it's Mount Hylia. Oh, shit. Okay. It's once per 24 hours. It is. I'm sorry. Yes, Broseph, to answer your question, yes, it is once per 24 hours. And you have to have either an actual Joy-Con or a Pro-Con that scans amiibos. These ones, like the Power A, like the pretty fancy ones, don't scan amiibos. But you can do what I did, and instead of having all of those figurines everywhere, because they're a decent size, they're a couple inches tall, I have amiibo cards that you scan. They function exactly the same, but you scan them. They're little cards. Am I going green? Yeah, I'm going to green. They sound fun. They are. Honestly, like, if you look at my... Like, I have a lot of... Like, look at all the meat and all of the fish. Because I use amiibos, and they... You know, like, the Zelda ones and the Ganon ones, like, they drop meat and fish. So, I've got a ton. screen. Handy. Yeah. I've gotten some pretty cool glider fabrics. Like this one, the one I have, the Lon Ranch one is an amiibo. Alright, I don't need you. I need to get up. So I have a couple that are really cool. Like it was between this one or the goddess fabric. The goddess fabric was really cool. It looks like Fee. Fee. F-I, not feet, you weirdos. Trem, how's the day? How was your day? Hope you had a nice day today. Did you hear about Zelda and Ganon coming out? Are you talking about the amiibos? I did. The Zelda one, I actually might buy the physical amiibo because it's so pretty. The Ganondorf one is whatever. Like, it's cool, but the Zelda one is very pretty. I might actually buy it. Want to see a kind of cursed fusion? Oh no. Playing Pokemon Fusion. No, please don't roll. I just want to... I don't want to go all the way down. Yes, always. Okay. Just keep running. Just keep running. I probably should put on my snow boots, but it's fine. It's fine. We can slowly trudge through the snow. You guys are great. You'll be fine. Okay, so there's... Okay, so there is a shrine here. Is that open down there? I can't tell. Oh, it's cold. It is, over here. I really need to, update my, weapons here. Ooh, what does that do? Wait, what is... Is it just light? I've walked the child and I'm back. You talk about it like it's a dog. I've walked the child. It has gone to the bathroom. Mrs. ADHD meds. Oh, so I need to go for a walk? Yeah, I see. I understand. Oh, you son of a... Okay, give me something good, please. No light. No other use. You missed the I did. I said it out loud. I'm sorry. You did miss the Lucario. I'm sorry. You missed Louis Cario. Indeed. Good old Louis. That's your favorite Pokemon? Oh no. I am sorry. Fire and water. Okay. Okay. Not really sure what you're doing there. Okay. Okay. Ooh, that doesn't work. Doesn't work. I see that it shrinks before. Okay, hold on. No, see? I'm too slow. Okay, hold on. Too slow! How the heck? Alright, hold on. Okay, let's see. Take you out. Use you to block this. Okay. No, you're not blocking. You're not blocking. You're doing the opposite of blocking. Thank you. Alright, you need to finish melting though. Okay. Okay, perf. Now you go here. Grab the top. You're right there. Never walking again. You'll be fine. I promise. There'll be more Lucarios. Maybe. If you're lucky. Alright. Does this... Okay, so... Okay. I think I get it. Salt in the wound, you're just laughing at me. It is. It's actually... quite literally is tormenting you. Okay, so this to this. Cheese the heck out of this shrine, or perhaps it was the correct way. Why do I fucking speak? Fuck me. Okay. Okay, I need to... No. I need to pull this back just a little tiny bit more. So it'll match below. Okay. Go all the way through. There we go. Okay. Climb this. No! You son of a biscuit. I need all 3 boxes. Is what is going on here. Okay. Oh, I'm not gonna make that. Yep. Okay, hold on. Let me think. How do I get this across? Oh, hold on. I got it. Hold on. No. Start here. Okay. Is it gonna go backwards though? Like, is it gonna do it right? And then it should go back, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. What's in here? Nothing? There's nothing in here. There's nothing in the water. Okay. Okay. Now. Whew. The question is, can I get it across now without screwing it up? Okay. Alright, so go across. And back. Okay. Climb up. No, no! You son of a fucking... Hmm. This is a canon event. I cannot interfere. You could if you cared about me. You could interfere. Fuck it. Send it. Oh, did it not? Okay, hold on. Not the tilt. Listen. If it works. It works. Don't be jealous because you ain't me. Oh, shit. Okay, we got it. Could you imagine all that and I couldn't even get around it? Okay, so. That one. And then this one. That's easy, though. We don't do things easy here. Hello? Have you met me? The tilt worked beautifully. The tilt worked beautifully. I'm about to watch you use your will to live. No, you're not. It's gonna be perfectly fine. It's gonna be perfectly fine. I have an idea already. Alright, as long as I don't fall, we're gonna be good. Okay, so that goes there. And then this one, just gotta line her up nice and pretty. Okay. And then, is that lined up? That's lined up enough. It'll work. Full send, chat. Let's go. You are fucking joking with me right now. Okay, one more. There's not another box, though. Wait, hold on. Will this work? There's another box? There's another box. There's another box. Ah, there is another box. The one I didn't take the first time. Okay. Oh my god, come on, select my thing, please. Thank you. Okay. Hello? Why are you not moving at all? Alright, I need to go... Alright, I need to get up here to be able to grab it because I can't get it high enough, I don't think. Yeah, see, I can't go any higher. Ooh! This is how you... What is the command? For what? I don't know. The chair squeaked? Oh no, I went... I did it. Oh, wait. Wait, okay, hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay. I'm making it a little bit harder than it needs to be. I already know I can stack 2. Okay, hold on. No, 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 no. I need to go... Shit. 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 Okay, hold on. I need to swap these around. I'm not gonna be able to... Yes, I am. Hold on, I'll do this. Do this, and then go like this. Okay. So those are swapped. Okay. Disconnect this one. Okay. I'm probably really making this harder than it needs to be, but... Yeah, exactly. Put the big one on top. Yeah, because you can't lift too high, 2 spaces high, but I can lift this one 1 space high. I just can't see anything. I just can't see anything. Okay, perfect. Okay, now. There we go. Should be lined up anyway. Maybe, hopefully, and I don't have to get back up there. It's not. Okay. Now it is. Now we're done. Now we're done. There we go. The shrine had me mad. It honestly was easy to figure out. I just lost the last box. I just lost the last box is what the problem was. Okay. So easy that makes you think. Some of them really are. Some of them are very straightforward. Like, some of them are just, here is the answer, and you're like, but is this the answer? And the game is like, yes, this is the answer. And you're just like, I don't know. I don't know if it is. Alright, there's a bubble frog in here somewhere. Ascended through the non-lined up box. Yeah, it's okay. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Like I said, it wouldn't have taken so long if I didn't... Like, I did it without using the first box. Like, I took the box with me after the first puzzle. And so I, like, never went back for that second box. So that was what held me up, really. Excuse me. More bright bloom seeds, because I'm severely lacking in the bright bloom seed department. It's an answer, not mine. What did you do, Laz? What did you do with it? Did you do it differently? Alright, I guess we'll go... Because our yellow one is still bugged for now until we get the stupid thingies back. Alright, so we've got these 2 up here. Alright, let's go get this blue one right here. This light blue. Teddy Ursa in chat. Probably didn't need to use an Ultra Ball, but that's the button I hit, so whatever. Like, it's just a Teddy Ursa. It's not that serious. Alright, we're going for light blue, right? Yep, light blue. Since I don't think I've done that shrine. Oh. Well, now you have a possible solution. Probably not the right one. Ursaluna Ultimate. You like Ursaring better than Teddy Ursa? Big honkin' bear buddy? I don't know. I just like... I hate that Pokemon has a habit of taking really cute Pokemon and making the evolutions like these beasts. Like, why do evolutions have to be ugly? Why do they have to be ugly Lutions, okay? Explain it to me. Not all of them, but like a lot of Pokemon. Like the first one is really cute, and then the middle one sometimes is like, okay, and then the last one's always like, ugh, what'd you do? Like, look at like Grookey, Thwacky, and then you've got fucking Rillaboom, like, ugh. Shiny Ursaring Uggo, yeah. I don't like the green. I don't like a lot of green shinies, honestly. I feel like green shinies are lazy. And usually ugly. I mean, there's some that are okay. Some that are okay. Like, I feel like Tangela, like, makes sense. Because he goes from blue to green. But some of them don't look good. Like, some of them are like puke green. How often do babies go to ugly trash people? Listen, Laz, don't come in here with logic. Don't be coming in here using logic to counter my Pokemon arguments. Babies, sometimes babies are ugly. That is also true. Okay, so there's a shrine here somewhere. Hello, sir. I have information, do you? You have tread upon the land of a sacred shrine. I'm the keeper of said shrine. My task is to guide visitors here to the sacred shrine by conveying this message. Dye the white pattern black when the sun awakens in the sky. Then will the sacred shrine appear. Dye the white pattern black when the sun awakens in the sky. So, the sun shrine will appear when you unblock the true meaning of these words. Dye the white pattern black. Oh, it's that right there. I see it. You have to line this up. So then at a certain time, it will... What? Maybe it needs to be out of the angle. So this right here, I'm gonna guess. Oh jeez. Oh Jesus. Oh Terry. I've never told her I love that kid. I felt bad. Oh my god, Aya, that's so sad. Hi Nick! How are you, my friend? It's so good to see you! Nick, how are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for that, Terry. Okay, so my guess is that the sun is gonna shine at a specific angle, and it's going to pass through this, and we're gonna have to match the shadow to this, is what my guess is. So... Want to make a grand entrance? I'm good, how are you? I'm good. It's so good to see you. I was thinking... Gigi and I were actually just talking about you earlier today. Like, it's so good to see you. I have so many, like... So many friends who have taken time off of Twitch are, like, slowly starting to come back, and it's, like... It's, like, warming my heart to, like, see all my friends that I've missed. Good in the relative sense, but mostly tired. Yeah. Same. Same. Perpetually tired. You're gonna make me cry? No, honestly, like, you are one of my favorite people that I've had the honor of meeting on this platform. And when I see Twitch and streaming in general. Just like wearing down my friends. Or like even like making it so like they're just not enjoying it anymore. Like it hurts. It hurts my heart, you know? This is the most I've felt Twitch, so honestly. Like, take your time. I do that all the time. Like, I go in waves where, like, I'll stream and I'll end stream and, like, that's it. Like, I'm not hanging out on Twitch or anything. Like, a lot of times, like, I can't even handle it after work or after stream, you know? And then there's other days where I just don't feel like streaming at all. Alright, so it's 8 o'clock at night. Let's start in the morning. I don't know how this is gonna go, like, honestly. Break's been good, though. A lot of wedding planning and homeowner nonsense. Yeah. Look at you. Look at that Lionel right there. Look at you being an adult and stuff. I'm gonna go fight that Lionel after I finish this. Look, see, it's right here. Okay. So, it's not matching. There? But that only matches that one. That doesn't match the whole thing. What? How do I get it to match the entire thing? I'm gonna run out of time. I don't know how to make it match. I'm gonna run out of time. So that's one. There's no way to make them all match. So Chelsea, then being addicted to Street Fighter, I have. I've seen you on Discord playing it. I think the time of day changes it. Well, because I was thinking that the angle will change, but I just don't see a way for it to be both sides, if that makes sense. Alright, I'm actually... confused. And I can't move this, right? Like, I can't... Okay. Can I? No, I can't. Okay. Time of day changes it. Yeah, because I can see it shifting. Do you put your own boards in it? Oh, that could be not a terrible idea. Like, can I stick stuff? Does it let me? Oh, I think I just have to like put them in. I don't think you can like adhere them, you know what I mean? Like, I think you just put them in. Alright, alright. That's a good call, Aya. That's a good call. You did this before, you know, don't you? Can you, Link, just like stay? There we go. Alright, but now I need to wait. You haven't done this? Yeah, I think that's right. I think that one over here will do it. But we have to wait till it stops raining so I can put this fire back. Are you making noise? After this shrine, I need to take a little 5-minute break and let the dogs out. He's over here. He's whimpering. I just saw the slots. Well, I thought if you lined it up, the sun would shine through the slots properly. But that's actually not a bad idea. Your idea is not a bad idea. But I'm also wondering if... like, maybe it's actually not that, and it's this one. As, like, let's try that one as well after. See if it needs to line up. Alright, hurry up and finish raining so I can advance to morning and do it again. Almost there. I bet you it's gonna go here. I bet you it's gonna go where it is now. But in the morning, we'll see. Come on, rain. Raise your hand if you've been personally victimized by the rain in these games. Because I have. Hi, Chiefy. Sheffy? Sheffy? How are you? Welcome in. Alright, Rain, hurry up. Hurry up, Rain, please. Raise his hand. I know. Good and you? I'm good. I'm good. We're just waiting for the rain to finish because I have to light this fire and wait till morning. So, very entertaining stuff you've entered in. Very entertaining stuff right now. It's okay, it's almost done. 5 more in-game minutes. Well, no. It's gonna be till 11:30, so 25 more minutes. The rain is something else in both of these games, in this one and Breath of the Wild. It's such an inconvenience, because it's just like, you could literally be in the middle of doing something, and the sky just opens up. And you're like, cool, screw me then, I'll just wait. Alright, stop raining. Now. Stop raining now! Stop raining now! Thank you for that follow. Stop raining. No, oh my god, stop raining, stop raining, stop raining. Stop raining! I hear you, Jack. We're gonna go in just a minute. How far are you? I have beaten the game. I've beaten the main story. We are just going for 100% completion now. We are at almost 67%. So we're doing the 100% grind, and we've just kind of been hanging out, chatting, while I'm finding. I have 8. Oh, there's my blood moon, so that might reset my other shrine that's bugged. I have 8 shrines left, I think. I have so many Koroks still, but we're chugging through. We've got 8 shrines left. Alright, so let's match this one. Let's see if this one will go the way it's supposed to. I don't know. I don't think that's right. I think it has to go a little further. Like that. The blood moon rises once again. But I think this is it. I think this one's gonna match this time. But yes, so I have beaten the main story. I beat the main story last week, and so this week we're just trying to get the last little bit, 100%. I will be doing some Korok hunting off stream. Obviously, this is gonna fit right there. There it is. I'll be doing some Korok hunting off stream as well, so it's not just gonna be 1,000 Koroks on stream. Annoying. Okay, there it is. We're about 1/3 of the way through the Koroks. About. Give or take. Wait, oh my god. I was about to say, like, there's no way that I have to go bring this rock somewhere, but I don't. So yeah, so this should put us at 68%, 67%. Just finished this game not long ago. What did you, without spoiling it, just in case there are people in chat who weren't here when I finished it, but what did you think of the ending? I personally thought it was a beautiful ending. I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was a wonderful, wonderful ending. Nice catch. Nice catch on the Abra. Magic Scepter. Eh, whatever. It was an amazing ending. It was very, very good. It was very good. I definitely cried. I definitely teared up. It was very beautiful. It was a good ending. It was better than Breath of the Wild, for sure. For sure. Alright, I know, buddy. I hear you. Alright, I have to... He's crying. I hear him. I have to let my dog out really quick. It shouldn't be more than... I wouldn't even say 5 minutes. I'd say it's probably going to be like 3 minutes. But let me just make sure this loads in so we don't have a repeat of last time when I was like, let me just go pee really quick, and then I got electrocuted. So I'm going to pause really quick, and I will be right back, guys. And then, actually, what I think we're going to do when I get back is we're going to fight this Lionel that's right here. So that's what we're going to do. When we get back, we're going to fight this Lionel right here. That Lionel right there. I'm gonna let my dog out. I'll be right back, guys. Please hang. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. They did their business. Okay, let me... Should I have to text my mom really quick? Okay. I just didn't hear my mom come home, and her car's out there, so I'm like, are you home or are you not home? Because I didn't hear you come home. Alright, what's our rocket shield situation? 108? Ooh. Chef, where are you from? If you don't want to share, you don't have to, but 108, holy smokes. I would, as Aya said, I would just quite literally die. Like, I live in Tennessee, and it gets hot as fuck here sometimes. But, like, at least, like, the humidity is not, like, the worst thing. Oh, you're from Canada! We've got some Canadians here. Brosif _ the mighty is our resident Canuck. Yeah, I see you too. You're kidding me! You're fucking kidding me that that just happened right now. I'm so annoyed that happened, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. Wait, is that another Lionel over there? For the ridge? It doesn't usually get hot. Oh. Yeah, the fires are really bad right now. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, I can't see through you, Tulin? Get on. Ooh. That was a lucky shot. Why is it going through? Shit. How did I just have 120 something arrows? And now I'm down to 60. Oh my god, mount! Jesus, fuck. Ooh, let me use this as a gust. Nice. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Shit. Okay. No! Let me just use this for a second of air! Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? He's right here, okay. None, not a single one is a crit. Are you serious right now? There we go. Ooh. I got cocky! I got cocky, I got cocky. There he is. Nice. But never done a spring. It's sad why they started. I don't actually know the reason as to what's going. Like, well, I don't even know the reason for the wildfires. Or I guess, can they even be called wildfires? Okay, that one's done. Now, let's try this yellow one, see if this respawned now. Yeah, please let me know, because I genuinely don't know. I have 8 left. Alright, let's see if this reset. Did you give me things yet? You did. Perfect. Okay, so I have 1 spear. Let's see, this will work. Okay. So, Zonite spear with some, I guess, some key swings on it. Okay. All right, let's see. Okay. It's doable, I think. A soaring spear. Okay, I think it's doable. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. All right, easy. Legend of the Soaring Spear complete. Well, the firefighters decided it was a good idea to douse an abandoned house with gas to practice, and it got way out of hand. And they tried to put the fire out with fire. Wait, is that for real? Is that for real? That's insane. That's crazy. That's like actually crazy. Oh good, it's just a blessing. I don't have to do anything. An Amara in chat. That's a good one. I have a lot of them. I need to stop collecting them, but I like them. I like that whole line. Now everyone's getting smoked out. Oof. That's what I heard. One of my friends today was like, yeah, I tried to go to the gym, but like the smoke was so bad I couldn't even breathe. Okay. All right, let's see. How many? We've got 8 left, I think, now. 7 left? I think we have 7 left. No. Yeah, we have 7 left. Yep, 7 left. All right, so this one's done. So we can actually get rid of our marker over here, too. We can take this back. Collect medallion. Yes. Okay, so this one's done. Delete the pin. All right, so let's see what this purple one is here. Nice catch. Nice catch, Effie. It's a good Pokemon. I like that Pokemon. All right, we're going for the purple. I feel like I've got to be to the point where I'm just like getting puzzle shrines. Like I'm not there's not gonna be any shrines that are just like out in the world, right? Like I've gotten them all by now, right? Like I want to be so embarrassed if I come around the corner, it's just like chilling. Like you just forgot me. One stat off from perfect, really? Dang, so close. Where am I going? Right here. There's nothing here. It's gotta be a cave. It's gotta be a cave underneath. There is absolutely nothing over here. Yeah, there has to be a cave. There's nothing here. But where's the entrance? Alright, so this is a sled, as in you want me to sled? With a cave and a, okay, I'm in a cannonball and a fire emitter. Alright, there's Lurelin, which I have not finished yet. Bubble frog. Okay, where's cave? I see it. It's right there. I'm gonna lurk here while I play some Skyrim. Ooh! Enjoy your Skyrim. Thanks for lurking. We were just talking about- we were literally talking about Skyrim at the beginning of stream today. That's so funny. Okay. I have no weapons again. Somehow that just keeps happening. It's one of your favorites other than Tears of the Kingdom? Yeah, we were just talking about it. I played it last year on stream, and I actually had to stop playing on stream because people could not stop like backseat gaming me, and I was like, I just want to play the game, like stop telling me what to do. So I had to stop streaming it. I want to try again though. I would like to try it again. Ooh, a royal bow, okay. Okay, so there's gotta be a shrine in here. Ooh, there's a lot of likes in here, though. Why? Why are you- no. No, no, no. No, no, no. Stop that. Stop that. Spit your thingy out. No, come on. Where'd my bow go? There it is. Dang. Dang, dang, dang. Alright, let's use... You're a kid. Ah! Leave me alone. I'm not even bothering you. I'm bothering your friend. Not a fan of backseating. If a streamer wants help, then sure. Other than that, not. Yeah. Like, and the thing about Skyrim is it's like, it's a game that's like, you know, it's older. It's 10 years old or whatever. So people are kind of like, well, you should have already played it by now. Like, it's your fault you haven't played it. And it's like, okay, but that doesn't mean that, like, you have to actively, like, ruin my experience. Like, I had people who would come into my chat while I was playing Skyrim, and they would be like, oh, that's this, 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 and this, and then they'd leave. And I'm like, okay, so you're gonna spoil, which is whatever, but then, like, you're not even gonna sit here and, like, face the consequences of, like, spoiling my game for me? Like, get out of here. Like, I literally was about to do, like, my first dragon fight, other than, like, the, you know, the one at the very, very, very beginning of the game. So I was about to do like my first like scripted dragon fight or whatever, and some person comes in, literally like I'm in the cutscene, like I haven't even done anything yet. This person comes in and goes, "Oh yeah, this is what's about to happen," and then one of my regulars was like, "Hey man, like not cool. This is her first time," and the dude literally went, "Lol, don't care." I was just like, "Cool, cool." So you actively were being an asshole just to be an asshole. Okay, cool. Lol, don't care. At that point, it's like, but yeah, that's what we're like. We're like, all right, you're clearly here like for your own intentions. Like, goodbye. Goodbye. Alright, I cleared it out enough. But yeah, that's why I had to stop playing Skyrim. But I was, like I said, we were talking about it at the beginning of stream today, that I actually would like to give it another try. I think maybe because I'm a tiny bit more established now, and I've got a couple more mods that maybe I can try it again. It's a game that I want to like so badly, but it's just hard. I'd eat them. Yeah, see, we got Brosif now. We got Brosif the meanie. I mean, mighty. Well, I thought for sure that this would be where I needed to go, but that's obviously not it. You can reestablish me as well. Okay. If you feel like you're up to it, Luz. Because Skyrim is 100% worth it. My other problem, is I am a huge Fallout fan. I love the Fallout games. I've played all the Fallout games. So for me, whenever I play Skyrim, I'm just like, I just want to play Fallout. So I have to like get past, like I have to get past like that judgment. But I do. I want to try it again. I have some plans for the next couple games that we're gonna play. And then we'll see. We'll see what's on the docket afterwards. Fallout? Yes, I love Fallout. And see, that's the problem is I played Fallout first. Like, I played Fallout before I played the Elden Ring games. Elden Ring. The Elder Scrolls games. I'm stupid. By the way, hello, welcome in, I'm stupid. So I played the Fallout games before I played the Elder Scroll games. So it's hard to go from one to the other. Dummies out of our chat, then definitely, yeah. I appreciate it, Luz. Especially with my anniversary stream coming up next month. We'll probably need a couple more hands on deck, if that makes sense. Wait, how come when I shot him... Okay, fuck me then, I guess. Oh my god, there's no way. Okay, we got it. We got it. We got it. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay, let's go. Wait, there's the bubble frog should be here somewhere, right? Is there another little, like, outshoot here? Like, where the hell is this frog? Hello, fellow shrine grinder. OG Skills, hello, hi, welcome in. How are ya? Is that a shiny Gardevoir? That's so cute. I like that. I like that emote. I like that little the little emote. Welcome in, Skills. How are ya? We are getting so close. I think after this, I think this is number I think this is 146. I think. 140, 146, 145. What are we at? Show me my numbers. So this will be 146. So we will have six shrines left after this. Been taking a break. How are you? I'm good. We're grinding through. We finished our light roots. We have 6 more shrines left after this, and then it's just Koroks. Then it's just Koroks. The Koroks are gonna be a grind. The Koroks are gonna be a lot of grinding for sure. I'm gonna have to do a lot off stream, to be honest. You stopped at 119. You're so close. You can finish it. You're so close. 6 more. All right. So I know that there's the 2 over in Hebra that are marked. So where are my other ones? Your light routes took 7 days. Yeah, the light routes were kind of a pain. Some of them were kind of a pain to get to. Alright, so the bubble frog, where my sensor is not going off. My sensor's not going off for the bubble frog. Please, there it is. Okay, bubble frog, bubble frog. No, it's this way. No, it's not. It's this way. Fun though, and yeah, very true, yeah. Especially when it comes to that kind of annoying people. Well, why haven't you played it yet? Why are you here? Yeah, other than to be rude about it. But that's why a lot of people, honestly, that's why a lot of people watch streams nowadays, which is like stupid and seems counterproductive because it's like, if you're not here to like enjoy what's like being done, like then why are you here? But, you know, trolls. All right, so it's this direction. The bubble frog is in this direction. Yeah, see, it's this direction. So can I go around? Oh, I can. Okay. A Minchino in chat. Cute little mousy mouse. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Where are you? There you are. Bish. Give me your gem. Got it. Got it. Alright, do we think that we are at... I think we're close to 1,000 light, bright bloom seeds now. We've got to be. Wait. What? It's reading another bubble frog? It's reading another bubble frog. There's gotta be another cave. Did you have a troll in your chat? Oh, we're talking about when I was playing Skyrim a while back. Yeah. Yeah. We're talking about people who wanted to spoil my first playthrough of Skyrim because they felt that I had 11 years to play it. I had 11 years to play it, and so I didn't deserve to have a first playthrough. I don't like mean trolls. Yeah, I don't either. Laws, nice catch. That's BS, yeah. We're pretty, like, I would say, for the most part, I'm relatively fortunate That I haven't had any just like really, really just mean people. Like I get trolls all the time, like of course. But I haven't had any just like truly just mean people to be like mean like for the sake of being mean, you know? Like people come in, like I had one person come in one time. I had one person come in one time and tell me I looked like Squidward. And that made me laugh. And then they got mad because I didn't get like my feelings weren't hurt. I just thought it was funny. And that made them mad. I was like, oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't think your trolling was funny. Or like, I didn't think your trolling was mean. I thought it was funny. Alright, so... there's another cave nearby. That's great. Why do people do that? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Like, they just think they're gonna get... like, they think they're gonna get a response, or they just think that they're gonna get something out of it. I don't know. It's funny to me. It's funny to me. Like, very, very, very rarely has a troll come in and said something that actually bothered me. For the most part, I usually, like, laugh at them and move on. Alright, so I only see 4. I see these 2 right here. And then I see these 2 right here. So there's 6 that I'm missing. Okay. Carl, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Oh, there's one here. Hold on. Oh, no, it's not. How are you, Carl? Welcome in. Okay, so... alright, if anybody happens to see... oh, here's one. Okay. So then there's one more. I know I'm going fast, but if you happen to see it, please give me a shout. Because I don't know where the last shrine I'm missing is. How are you? Good evening. Good evening. I'm doing really well. We are very close to finishing all of our shrines, which is amazing. How dare you think I look like this cartoon character? Hi. Hi, Plix. Love your face. Okay, so there's that, there's those, there's those, there's that. There's that, there's that, there's that. There's 2 there, there's 3 there. I know this is annoying, I'm sorry. The flicking back and forth, but... oh, I see it, it's right here. Okay, so there is all 6 of our missing shrines. Amazing. How's the game? It's good, it's good. We're getting closer. We're getting very close to being done with our shrines, which is huge because there's 6 left. What time is it? 10. Oh, okay. All right. So I think that I don't know how much longer this is going to take, but I don't want to go too much later. Didn't mean to immediately go into lurk. You're good, Flix. Don't you even worry about that. But let's try this green one right here. We'll get a couple more, but I can't go too late tonight, so I don't wanna push it. Cause I've been staying up way too late lately. And my body's feeling it. Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? I'm good, Plix. How are you, my dear? How are you? How are you enjoying the other side over there on Kick? Now, after maybe 1 or 2, yeah. I'll probably finish this last one. I'm gonna try to see what this green one has got going on over here. Yeah, let's go to this green one here. Head for now. Have a fantastic stream. See you next time. You too, Chef. Thanks for coming out and hanging out with us. It was really good meeting you. It was really good meeting you. Thank you. I do kick every Friday. I haven't been streaming for a while. Can't wait to come back. I can't wait to have you back. I can't wait to see you again. All of the people, like, I mean, I 100 million, trillion, quadrillion % support it, but a lot of my streamer friends have taken time off lately, and I'm like, is everyone okay? Is everyone okay? Does everyone need a hug? It was great being here. It was really, you've been really awesome. Thank you for coming and hanging and chatting with us. I really hope we get to see you again. I am finishing Breath of the Wild, probably, maybe, hopefully this week. And then after I finish 100%ing Breath of the Wild, we are moving into Subnautica, if that is something, something that you are into. A different streaming service? It is, yeah. Okay. Give keys born of water to the 3. Okay. So I have to make ice and melt it. Is clearly what this is telling me to do here. Oops. Never heard of it before? Subnautica? It is an underwater survival game. I played it last year, but they took it off Game Pass before I finished it. So I will be starting a fresh playthrough of Subnautica, and it'll be really fun. And even if it's not something you're into, I hope you come and hang out and chat with us. Okay. Okay, that's one. Easy. Only underwater game was BioShock. I played BioShock just recently. I played BioShock back in December, actually. It's not quite like BioShock. It's... You'll see. You'll see. You'll see. But either way, we're going to be finishing up some Zelda before we hop into that, so... But I hope that you have a good night. I hope you have a good night, Chef. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for that follow. Very nice meeting you. Alright, I need to melt just a smidge. Oh my god, now it's too small? No, it's not. There we go. Okay. Last one. Okay. Grab it. Tilt it. Right off the bat, we tilt. Okay, we need to melt, melt, melt. Melt a little bit more. Alright, are you good? No, you're way too big. Okay. Melt a little bit more. Try that one. Still smidgen too big. Come on. No, if I even touch this, it's gonna go too small. See? Oh, okay. It still fit. It still fit. Nice. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Keys born of water complete. Wait, so what's our shrine quests at now? 29 out of 31. So there's 2 quests attached to some of these ones that we have left. Okay. 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 So we can figure those out as we go. That's fine. All right. So let's get the reward inside of this one, and we will find someone to raid. How's that sound, guys? Almost 5 hours. We are almost done. We are almost done with our shrines. I'm pretty proud of us right now. I'm pretty proud of us. I'm excited. I'm really excited to get back into Subnautica. I really, really loved Subnautica, and I It was really, really, really sad when they took it off Game Pass before I had had the chance to finish it. So I'm pretty pumped to get back into it, honestly. It'll be fun. I love your jacket over shirt. It suits you. Thank you. It's actually, it's a little hoodie. A little hoodie. But thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Ooh. Back my neck. All right. Good progress today, guys. We made some good progress. Let's save. Actually, let's go back to Lookout Landing because I like to end at Lookout Landing. Okay. Let's see if there's if any of our friends are on that we can toss a raid to. Let's see if we have any friends on that we can toss a raid to. Yeah, let's scroll. Here we go. Mo is on. Trem is also on, but Mo is on. Let's raid Mo. Oh, I haven't got the chance to raid her in so long. Oh, she's only been live for a half hour? Yeah. All right, guys, listen. This is very important. We are gonna go raid getting Mo done. She is one of my very good streamer friends. She took a very, very long extended break to take care of some personal life stuff, as one needs to do every once in a while. But she is one of the best Skyrim streamers I have ever come across ever. She knows so much about Skyrim and Elder Scrolls and that whole universe, that whole world. And it would mean a lot to me if you guys would all go hype her up, give her lots of love, spam her chat, all that stuff. If you are not following her, please give her a follow. It would really, 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 really mean a lot to me if you guys hype Mo up and give her lots of love because she deserves it. We'll see you guys when I see you.